That will go on, the navel gazing, the hand wringing, and all of that. I want to tell you something. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is one of the best sheriff's offices in the state of Florida. And Rick Bradshaw is one of the best sheriffs in the state of Florida. I would stake my reputation on it. I will say this, and then I will sit down. Cops are the best people in the world.
Oh, stop.
And I would go into
well, you haven't been doing such a good job.
Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputy that wishes to engage. They have my support 100%.
What the fuck?
We were honored to find that suspect before he got away. But Governor, I'm here to tell you, there's not a police officer, deputy sheriff, state trooper, Secret Service agent, or FBI agent that would have done the same exact thing.
Oh, yeah, everybody just really loves him.
Best people in the world. God bless you. God bless you.
We all love each other. Aren't we great? We're so great.
Well, thank you, Sheriff.
Aren't we great?
We have a strong interest in the state of Florida.
We're so great.
The suspect to justice to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, watch. We're
the
great.
State of Florida has the appropriate jurisdiction to be able to do that. To be able to bring appropriate charges that will lead to appropriate punishment. And I look forward to the investigation, and I look forward
to
good
morning.
To hold this suspect accountable and to provide answers to the people.
Sorry to do this to you first thing in the morning. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Everybody that has stepped up in these days since the attempted assassination occurred, and we will provide whatever resources are needed to be able to ensure that this investigation goes swiftly and that we're able to bring the suspect to justice thoroughly. And with that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Governor?
Yep.
So yesterday, the acting director of the Secret Service...
Hi, Michael. Hello, my darling. How are you?
...are working. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, I look forward to what this investigation in the state will entail. One thing that I will say is when Donald Trump was president, I played golf with him at Trump International in West Palm Beach, great golf course. And when I played with him there was a lot of security. There was dogs sweeping the holes before and after.
Well, apparently not enough.
How many golf carts were traveling? So there was clearly a lot
Was he a president at that point, you fucking idiot? Oh, what happened? Ron? Did you short circuit? Oh, sorry.
6 holes basically all on that fence line, and then the 7 tee boxes on the fence line. And so, just me as playing partner,
GP,
thinking about it,
doing that reporting.
Like, that is the soft underbelly.
Good. I'm glad. I miss you.
You can't not notice that when you're on that golf course. And so, I think there'll be questions to ask. Clearly, the former president, has said that he's very grateful for the Secret Service engaging this guy and preempting him from being able to take off a shot. And so we'll see how it was that this guy was able to burrow himself in the bushes for apparently 12 hours and how that came to happen. And I don't have the answer to that. Perhaps our investigation will be able to do. But as soon as I heard news, there was a little bit of confusion. Maybe there was 2 different people shooting at each other that didn't involve Trump. Then it was like, no, Trump was the intended target. As soon as that was clear, I was like, I know exactly where on that golf course that would have been, because that is really the obvious weak point.
Well, apparently it's not that obvious.
Statewide prosecutor, that's correct. The Office of Statewide Prosecutor.
He's so happy. He's short-circuiting, but he's happy.
When somebody commits offenses across multiple jurisdictions.
Hi, Neil.
And so we know there were.
Sorry to do this to you first thing in the morning.
Offenses in Palm Beach and Martin, and we also think maybe Broward. And so all 3 of those counties are part of 3 distinct judicial circuits. So the statewide prosecutor does have jurisdiction to do, and that's there. And here's the thing. You have a responsibility in law enforcement and as a prosecutor to hold people accountable to the fullest extent of the law. It would be one thing to hand off to the feds if somehow they had more significant crimes that they could pursue. It doesn't seem that that's the case as of now.
Wait a minute. What?
And the FBI has admitted that this was an attempted assassination. You have that jurisdictional hook at the state level.
What?
By far the most serious offense. I think this is an offense that should merit.
Wait a
life in
minute.
prison.
Nope. This
And
is
if we're not
stink.
gonna go to
Stink,
the
stink,
fullest extent
stink.
of the law,
Stinky, stink,
you're
stink.
lowering the threshold to which someone in the future may try to do
This is
something like
stinky.
this. So I think it's really important for the people of Florida, but also for our country, that we pursue the most serious charges.
Interesting
that are
to
on the
me
books
that it's,
to
what is
hold
it, being
this guy
taken away
accountable.
from the
And say
feds?
you're
I'm
gonna do a couple
confused.
gun charges,
I'm confused.
That is not going to be sufficient.
He's up to something.
So we clearly have jurisdiction in the statewide prosecutor. We have a very strong interest in holding this suspect accountable to the fullest extent of the law. And
Why does he want to control
we're
the
in a better
investigation?
position in the state of Florida to be able to provide answers to the public. I think back about
Why
what
is he
happened
taking
in Las
over
Vegas,
an
back
investigation?
7 years ago. We never got any answers about that. I think back about
This is
what
a
happened in
state.
Butler,
Okay,
Pennsylvania. We've
let's just
gotten
not
very
get this
many
twisted
answers
right now.
about that.
Yes, I
think that
know.
really
This is
arose
dangerous. This is dangerous. He should not have control over an assassination attempt investigation. Period. Full stop. He is not the executive branch. He is not the DOJ.
Truth. And so I think that there's two.
Oh, I really don't like this. I really don't like this.
And then delivering the
I
truth
really
about
don't
how
like
it's
this. I think it's more dangerous than even messaging. I really do. I think something's up. I just think something's up with this fucking investigation.
Well, it's not a question of casting doubt. I'm going to answer you. So,
Yes, Carla. Possible. He's got to win. Do you guys understand this? Trump has to win or he's going to die in prison. He knows that.
To bring an attempted murder charge.
He knows
Look at the
that.
federal statute. It applies to current federal officials.
He knows this.
Well,
Oh, I'm so
okay,
angry.
I'm explaining
I'm
to you
so
why that's
angry.
happening, if you let me finish.
I'm
they
so
don't have
angry.
jurisdiction over a case
You
that's
can't-
not
this
a
is
federal
not
official
okay.
or
This is not
apparent winner of the
okay.
presidential election or the formally declared president-elect. So right then and there, we have the ability to pursue potentially life in prison under state law. That's a huge reason why we should move forward at the state level than that. And it is the case that you have a situation where these charges that were brought in this jurisdiction, Southern District of Florida, by the federal government, they were dismissed by a federal judge, and now they're on appeal trying to get those reinstated. And they
Oh,
have
my
the right to
God.
do that.
All right, he's talking
But
about
I
the
would note to
documents
you,
case.
It was Merrick Garland who assigned a special counsel because he said there was a political issue and they wanted to appear to be above
Hi,
it.
Peace
He was
Love.
the one that did that. There really was no true conflict. If these were normal crimes, you could have done it. But they did a special counsel. And so if you did a special counsel for that, wouldn't those same concerns animate whether you're the appropriate jurisdiction? So
No,
they cannot
no.
pursue
He's kicking the DOJ
charges to
off of
extent
the
we can.
investigation. This
And
is
yes, I
wrong.
do think
This
that
is
there's a lot
wrong.
of concern,
This is wrong.
about how these agencies have operated.
This
And
is wrong.
the state of Florida, I mean, for us, all we're interested in is the truth.
Bad news,
we're
Bears.
not involved in any of those other things that
Bad
the Justice
fucking
Department
news.
or FBI have been involved in. So it's better for the public, and it's better for justice. Next, yes, sir.
This is bad.
Well, that's what the investigation, I think, will show. Some people say, well, how would he have known to be there? But I think those of you who've covered the former
Ron's
president,
just
when
as
he is at
dumb as
Mar-a-Lago
ever.
on the weekends, that is the number one place he goes. So it isn't like this was like a 1 in a million chance. On the other hand, this guy went at night, and it was not on any schedule that this was going to happen. It was more of a last-minute thing. And I don't even know that the club is open yet. I think
It was
they
a
opened in
last-minute thing?
October. I know. In fact, I was talking with them a week or two ago. They did a lot of overseeding. I think the course is going to be in really good shape. And he's like, you got to come down and see it. But I don't think it's even open for the members yet. So why would he have chosen now to burrow in?
You're right, Michael.
I don't know the answer to that question. Our folks are going to look to see. And here's the thing. I'm not interested in trying to blame this or that. Let's put it out for the public. Let's figure out this guy.
Yes.
He
wants him to go in season, Neil.
Look at the things he's
go
been
to the course in season, of course.
This guy had red flags. I know he's been looked at by federal law enforcement. How the heck did it end up where he's in West Palm Beach in those bushes?
This is bad.
That's apart from the prosecution.
I'm sorry.
Deserve the truth
This is bad.
About that. They need to know his associations. They need to know his motivations, his ideology. And our guys are doing it. In fact, as soon as this happened, when I said investigate, I said save the social media, because what they do, Facebook will take it down and try to hide it. FDLE.
They won't try to hide it. Oh my fucking God! This guy is unbelievable.
So I think it's.
I fucking hate
it needs to be done. But that's my.
MAGA.
I have no preconceived notions.
Get your
on
fucking
this.
act together.
They're going to do it, but they're going to do a thorough job, and I think produce answers that people have confidence in. Yes. I have.
And can you tell us anything about that conversation?
So he was in good spirits. He did remark that on that sixth hole, I think he was in pretty good shape for a potential birdie. And if you know the former
I thought it was a
that
bogey.
matters a lot to him when you're talking about this. And I told him a couple weeks ago, I said the number one thing I got from the Biden debate was people said, you were very reserved, except when Biden claimed he had a 6 handicap. Then you just wouldn't accept that because you knew it wasn't true, and it isn't true. So he was in good spirits, but he was complimentary of the state of Florida.
These guys are
taking
such
the lead.
simple
I
minds.
thought that was totally appropriate. And he encouraged us to continue doing what we're doing. So, clearly we have an interest in doing this apart from anything else.
No, it's not the gun laws. Come on,
great
GP.
that he sees
Guns
the need
don't
for
kill
what we're
people,
doing, and
people
we're
kill
moving
people.
Yes, sir.
Investigation is appropriate by raising questions about the impartiality of the Justice Department and the FBI.
So here's the issue.
Oh, it's a bad circle of hell, actually.
They are trying to prosecute
One in which
him
Ron
in the Southern
DeSantis is
District of
speaking
Florida.
again.
That's just a fact. So just think about that. You have an agency, they're prosecuting him in 2 different
He's kicking the DOJ off the
They're
assassination
prosecuting him in
attempt
Southern
case.
Florida. That's on appeal to
Lee,
the
good
11th
morning.
Circuit.
Yes, it
They're
is.
also
I think.
prosecuting in the
Yes,
District
it
of
is.
Columbia for the January 6th stuff. So these are 2 major cases
CBS
that
News.
these agencies are involved with. And so the question is,
He's taking over the
given that,
investigation.
and a lot of
This is
people have a lot
bad.
of issues with those
This is
prosecutions,
bad.
as you well know. It's not like
This is
these
bad.
prosecutions that the American people have rallied behind. It has divided this country.
He's
in
taking
big
the
ways.
investigation
So the
away
question
from
is,
the
you have those
DOJ. It's
prosecutions.
bad.
Do we honestly think these agencies are the best to turn around and do this investigation?
Yeah, look
on a
at-
potential.
He's
assassin,
undermining
that
our
some
law
of them
enforcement.
may or may not.
He is undermining our national law enforcement.
They could have done better, right? With
He's telling
I
them
don't-
they're
I
not
don't
good
know what
enough.
all went into
He's
their
telling the
federal
American
stuff.
people
But man,
he's
don't you
not
want a
good
clean
enough.
slate? Don't you want to have
We're not good
investigative
enough.
agencies that are just going to pursue this without any other agenda creeping in, without there
What
being
agenda?
any cause for concern about any impartiality?
Oh, I'm
And
so
by the
fucking,
way,
I'm so angry.
that can bring the most serious offense
Dropped
under
it.
state law, not under federal law. So this is the right thing to do for.
He's been
for
punched in the
justice.
face a
And I
lot,
think
GP.
Justice means holding the perpetrator accountable to the full extent
He's
of
been
law, but justice
pugilized in
also
his
means
face.
Making sure we get the unvarnished truth. We haven't gotten the unvarnished truth.
Man, I
about
would love to-
Pennsylvania.
I would
That's
love to
just
have
a fact.
hit him.
We never
That's
got really any
bullshit.
truth about
You
Las
had
Vegas,
3 hearings
when
on
that
it.
happened. And so I think people are used to kind of the federal agencies taking control of things and then no answers happening. And we don't
Wow.
want that to happen in this
Wow.
case. It's not appropriate to happen in this case, especially
Wow.
when the state of Florida has multiple grounds with which to pursue charges against this
Oh
individual.
my fucking God.
What kind of information do you think that the state investigation will reveal? What kind of information
He's undermining the fucking
federal investigation?
federal government.
I think what will reveal, I think, is the important thing. What the state does is going to
He's going to tie it to Biden. You know
guys
that.
know
Please.
Florida, you
Please.
can FOIA a lot of
Can somebody
stuff that's done in
please?
these investigations under Florida sunshine laws, and then they have a charge to be very frank and exercise candor with the public. I want the information to get out. I do not want any of the information.
Oh, I don't know.
Kept
He's
under
probably got
wraps.
some
We're
pictures
not
of
a
him.
party to anything that happened in terms of the state of Florida
With his
government.
boots
We have
on and
been asked
nothing
to help
else.
in the past on security, and we're always willing to do that. But that
No, I
wasn't
never
our
took a
primary.
shot.
We were
I
not,
know. Attempted
responsible
murder
for
or
it that
something.
day. We've not been responsible for any of the prosecutions that have been brought against the former president. So we're in a great situation to be able to look at
Florida
this
mob.
with clear eyes, get answers, and then deliver those answers to the public. I don't think anyone can honestly claim that the
Piss
federal
clear
government
eyes.
has been forthright and transparent about his past investigations. That's just the
What?
reality. That's just how
I don't know
these guys
what- that's
operate.
not.
Apart from any type
You're
of political
undermining
bias,
your
that's how it's
federal
been, really for many,
partners.
many years. That's not how it's going to be
You're
here.
undermining
And
your
so
federal
we'll
partners.
cooperate with all
Am I
agencies,
crazy?
all levels of
Am I
government,
crazy
because
right
I
now?
think that
Am I the
some of those
crazy one?
gun charges may be appropriate to bring, but not to the exclusion of bringing a charge for something like attempted murder.
Attempted murder? Oh, that's so great, Lee. I'm so
How
glad.
often will look, I don't know that it's necessarily going to be my house. I think it's going to be
That's so
the statewide
cool.
prosecutor. I think the attorney general's office, the agencies themselves will be doing it. I think
Welcome
as most
back
of you
to
know,
hell.
cover Florida, I mean, the governor's not, leading to
Uh-oh, he's short-circuiting again.
basis. I mean, there are times when we've authorized investigations, whether it was the Epstein, whether it was the
Oh, yeah, you did a great...
the
Oh,
school security,
stop!
whether it's the
Stop!
immigration, whether
Oh,
it's some
my
of the
God.
COVID stuff, and we've convened statewide grand juries. We've done things, but on a day-to-day
Really?
basis,
You've done
that's going to be
things?
under the purview of the folks who are in these offices, and I would imagine they would want to.
He didn't even shoot the gun. I know.
As much as they can when there's when
Because
there's good
Ron
information to do
DeSantis,
that.
that's why, peace, love. He has no absolute, he has nothing.
I don't know if he has a connection, but I think
I don't
if you
know,
looked, there
Lee.
was it expired tags or stolen tags? Yeah. So there may be
Yeah.
something with the tags.
Yeah. Maybe we could get him on the
involved
tags,
with
too.
So they're still working on that. It hasn't been fully confirmed, but we know two counties, two different.
We can get him on the
it may be a
tags.
third as well. You don't need three. If you have multiple, that's enough, and you
What?
can do that for statewide prosecutor.
What?
But it may very well may be three, and I think most people in Florida know Broward is a separate judicial circuit from Palm Beach, and Palm Beach is separate from Martin and some of the surrounding counties.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Governor, you talk about the investigation. Is the investigation the state's going to do different than the FBI, or is this more about...
Oh, God, I wanted to hear that question. Damn it.
Have jurisdiction under state law to pursue an investigation and prosecution under the most serious, readily provable offense, which would be attempted murder, which would carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. Federal government does not have that jurisdiction. If Donald Trump were president right now, they could. If Donald Trump had been elected,
Exactly.
were to be elected in November, and
Carla
something like this
nailed
happened
it.
after that, then they could, prior to him taking office. But now, as a former president, he's not a federal official under the statute, and for whatever reason, there's actually
Where's the FBI people? Are they
law
happy with
saying
this?
You can't issue a threat against a
It's against a
presidential party
candidate,
nominee,
you
but
idiot.
there's nothing saying that you can't assassinate under federal law. And I think that why
What?
that came to be, I don't know, but that is the law. So if they
What?
tried to bring an attempted murder charge under federal law, I don't think it would work. I think it would get thrown out for a lack of jurisdiction. So we have
What?
a jurisdiction that's more
Did you
appropriate.
talk
And
to
yes,
the
we will
FBI
also,
about this?
Be more transparent. You can't
That's
do
right,
an
peace, love.
investigation in
That's
Florida
it.
and be
This is
less
it. You've got
transparent than
some
that, just
Nimrod
given our public
who
record
can't wipe his
laws.
own
So
ass.
Folks will be able to submit requests for things that are done. Some of that stuff it gets out that maybe an investigatory perspective isn't always the best, but that's not basically
What?
where we are.
What?
So it is going to be transparent. I think it's important
Really?
that people get answers.
It's not so far.
Talking to folks when they have all these questions about things that have happened in the past.
What questions?
And it's one thing if someone provides an investigation and provides an explanation.
Yes, I
but,
am.
it's just
Are they
basically
making
a black hole.
statements?
And this guy was in Ukraine. This guy was giving interviews to the New York
No,
Times. This guy
no,
was
no,
doing
no,
a
no,
lot of
no,
stuff. He's got
no,
a
no,
rap
no,
sheet.
no.
He's recruiting people to
No,
go
he's
fight there.
no.
He's talking
There's a
about
lot to
Taiwan.
this guy's story. A lot.
We need answers on this.
A lot.
Yes, sir.
Are you concerned that there might
There's a lot to this guy's story. It's not clear at all.
Of course I'm concerned. I mean, we have a
This is so
a
weird.
climate right
This is
now
so
which
fucking
is not healthy
dystopian.
for this country.
How did we
And
get in this?
has
How did
happened.
we
I think
get?
It's gotten worse over many, many different
How did we get
years,
here?
But we are where we are. And
How did
I
the
think
stupid people
security
get so
is,
much
of course,
power?
paramount. But the reality is, in 330 million people, you're always going to have people that are nut jobs, right? And that's why you have security
Like you?
here
Oh,
at
no,
Palm Beach
sorry.
County Sheriff's Office. That's why we
that-
have it
no,
in the
that wasn't
state
it.
capitol. But in this situation, I think it's heightened. I don't think that there's anybody that's in office or running for office that has the commensurate levels of threats that have been directed at former President Donald Trump. I think that's just a fact. And
I
to
thought
have
you said
two
be a
attempts
big head.
within a 2-month period. I know that. I think that happened
it's
to
true,
Gerald
mass
Ford
propaganda
back
be a
in the
big head.
70s, but that's not something that's
Rohrbacher helped.
happened
Yeah, that's
very
for
often
sure.
in the history of our country.
I'm seeing a nut job now, Ron.
Are they on board with your plan for a state investigation?
Mark Glass and the rest of the team are working with them. The reality is we have a duty.
Oh, really?
to
Oh, so
pursue
you
the most
haven't.
serious offense
They haven't.
available.
That's
And
the
I don't
answer.
know
The answer
that
is
we
no.
want to stand in the way of that
No.
happening.
We
So we're
haven't
going
talked to
do
the
it. We're
FBI
gonna work
or the DOJ.
collaboratively,
Yeah,
with the
no,
feds.
we
As
haven't.
Commissioner Kerner said, this is not going to be something that's going to be transparent. From there, we're going to work hard behind the scenes to be able to get the information to the
What?
public. So I feel that this is
Yeah, he
pretty
dutied himself.
straightforward violation of state law potentially. Of course, they have to investigate and prove it up, and they have to get the charges filed.
You
and
think
agree
a
to
guy with a
go
gun on a
forward, but I
property,
think that they can do
having
that.
not
But I
pointed or
just think if you
shot,
get, like, a couple gun
is going to
charges,
be
not
okay.
that those are
All right.
de minimis, but that is not the same. There's people that have gun charges in this country every single day across every single federal district in this country. To have somebody that's waiting in the bushes with a long gun trying to take out a former president of the United States and current GOP nominee, that is not something that can be taken lightly. And if we do anything but go the fullest extent of the law on this, then I think we're sending a signal that maybe this isn't that bad, and that's unacceptable. So we're going to go fullest extent of the law.
You know, I liked it when we
Confidence
weren't
in
hearing
Attorney
him
General
talk.
Moody and her team to be able to
I
get
didn't
the
miss
job
him.
done.
I almost
And
forgot
so
he
we'll have
existed.
more, information as the
Damn it.
investigation
Now we're going to have to
unfolds.
hear this
And if
bitch
it does
face every
lead,
day.
which I hope, it will
Because he's
lead
going to
to
get out
appropriate
there.
charges,
Well, let me give you an update
those
on the
will be,
case.
pursued,
Nothing
at the
happened.
appropriate time. Thanks, everybody.
Governor, what do we know about the witness?
Hey, yay, murder, yay. Attempted murder, yay. What the fuck? All right, well, good morning. Sorry to do that to your morning. I really apologize. Hey, maybe if we had gun laws, this wouldn't happen. But I'm pumped. Peace, love is here all week. Let me just close my curtain. Oh my Lord. Ron, I thought you were dead. I really thought you were dead. Yeah, clapping because he stopped talking. GP, that's a winner. Yeah, he gets clapping when he stops talking. Well, wow, Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was not a great way to start your morning, was it? But here we are. If I had to start it, so did you. No. So the two attempts just happened to be weeks, months before an election in swing states. I don't know. The story of the guy who did it is, or who had the gun, is very complex. Yeah, pillow talk for me. Is very complex. Very complex. Could this possibly be just messaging and controlling the narrative first thing in the morning? It could be. It could be. This should be unbelievable, unreal, but sadly, I mean, I think it's like expect the unexpected. You know what I mean? Hi, Badger. Hi, sweetheart. It's like expect the unexpected. Expect the worst. Hope for the best. No, not. You have to expect the worst and make sure you check your voter registration. I'm not kidding. Even if you're in a blue area, please check your voter registration over the course of the next 40 plus days, because people, even in blue counties, rolls are getting erased. And I'm not kidding. I'm not like trying to be hyperbolic. I'm actually being serious. This happens, and it happened more routinely, but then, you just need one weird kind of malfunction, and then all of a sudden people are being removed. They're cleaning their voting rolls. Yeah, more federal charges will come. I know, Kathy. The thing about this is, and even worse will happen, right? And then you'll be less sad that it was worse than you thought it would be. Oh, please early vote. Gosh, yeah. Mail in your ballot. Track it. I think most states have a ballot tracking app that you can put on your phone to actually track your ballot. So just do those things. Do those things this year. Just because. I think it's a very smart idea. We have to win. We win. It's not, to me, it's not really a contest. It's trying to advance democracy and our hopefully progression towards a more perfect union. And so it's not about for me, no one should lose if I hope that I'm voting for the person where less people lose. I guess I have to admit that every administration has some losing that it doles out to humans, whether by intention or mistake, or not mistake, but kind of natural outcome. So I hope for the administration that's going to pursue policies that I agree with, that I think are lifting everyone and giving them more rights, even if that means I pay more in taxes or whatever the case may be, right? Because that's actually, I would like, when everyone in this country is able to live a life free of worry about medical expenses or housing expenses or food on the table or education, quality education, that's what I want for everyone, even the people I disagree with, right? Even the people I don't agree with, even the people like Ron DeSantis. And yet there is another political thought from the other side where they don't want that. And that to me is the showstopper, right? That to me is the showstopper. And I can not, there are very few people that I absolutely hate, like hate you and wish you would go away forever. Like, for example, when I went on Sunday to that MAGA event, I don't hate any of those people. Even the women that hated me, because I think they secretly liked me. I think we were just kind of teasing each other, frankly. But I don't hate any of those people. I actually would love to be able to spend, time talking to them and learning more. I just think that we have to acknowledge, or it would be helpful if we acknowledged that the right wing has demonized. Andy knows the idiot. He's the biggest fucking idiot, post-millennial or whatever it is. He's such an idiot. He's a rabble rouser. About 40% turnout, Neil, in Montreal. Thanks to that and other factors, I now have a Quebec separatist representative in Parliament. Oh, geez. God, I'm sorry about that, Neil. I'm so sorry. Wow. And Badger, do you know what the turnout was for because I don't know if you're in the same province, and I don't want to know. Actually, I don't want you to tell anyone. But yeah, I think that this is like, I don't know. This particular event worries me. It worries me. Ron DeSantis worries me. He has been hell-bent on secession. Split vote block. Oh, wow. See, I heard the liberals and the NDP are not aligned right now. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know. I've heard rumors about that. They used to vote together and now they don't or something like that. I'm not sure. Because I think they're both on the liberal side, right? They're both left leaning. So voting is mandatory in Australia. That's fucking brilliant. I'm sorry. It's okay. Though the by-elections were in Alberta and Quebec. Okay, sorry about that. Thanks, Badger. Thank you for that. Their official agreement has been canceled. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad because it seemed like a pretty powerful group. I agree with mandatory voting. I mean, you have to make it easy, right? Like, obviously, you have to make it accessible and things like that. But I totally believe in mandatory voting. And let's figure out a way to do it online securely. I mean, there must be a way, like you have to sign into your Social Security account and stuff like that online. You're the only one that's supposed to be able to sign into that Social Security account or whatever. Why can't they create the same kind of infrastructure there? I don't get it. I feel like Social Security or whatever has been around for years, for decades. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, Diddy's being arraigned. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. There is a hearing this morning at 7. Oops, right now. Hold on and let me see what's live right now. La, 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 la. La, la, la. La, la, la. Stemming the tide of what? No, that's not a real one. That's not real. Stop it. You're not real. You're not real. Oh, whoa. Is this true? Oh, no. Damn. Let's see. Sorry, I'm missing some stuff. Manitoba and Quebec. Oh. Is Diddy's indictment unsealed yet? I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention. I'm going to be totally honest. Hi, butterflies. How are you? Good to see you. Let me see. I thought there was a hearing this morning. I can't see it though. That's so weird. Do 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 do. Where is it? I thought there was a hearing. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't I have a link in the description? Or maybe that's tomorrow. No, I know there was one. I know it. I just know it. I think that's Wednesday. I think the Judiciary Committee is Wednesday. That's what I think. See? See? House Committee on the Judiciary. Okay, I was wrong. What do I know? Oh wait, it's House Investigations. Maybe it's the House Investigations. Damn, it should come up though. I mean, come on now. Why wouldn't it come up? All right, well, I'll take a look in a minute. How is everyone? Happy, what is it, Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Oops. They are standing outside Diddy's courtroom, though. The Associated Press, anyway. Hold on. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. I keep thinking of that Kesha song. I'm late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late. No. Good morning, gal. Barack Obama, what? What is Barack Obama talking about these days? Oh my God. Vote. Crazy. That crazy guy today. is National Voter Registration. I think it's tomorrow. Did I see your message last night about tomorrow? Which I might not have. I fell asleep really early. I fell asleep at like 9:30 because I'm an old lady. Here you go. Get your vote. iwillvote.com. That is the website. You have multiple beautiful websites that you can go to check your voter registration, to make sure you got a plan, to check out everything. Let's all do it. I'm going to vote. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Whatever, girl. That's a good song, actually. Okay, wait. Let's watch this guy set up the thing. Hold on. Gal, I'm going to come back to you. Here's the message. Okay. Wednesday, Be There, Be Wild, the Senate Intelligence Committee. Yes. No, actually, that I actually know about. We are going to watch that tomorrow. Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you. Meta plans. Oh, wait. Is this in? All right. Oh, that's the send time. Okay, I'll read that. Lawmakers. Oh, wow. Lawmakers are scheduled to question Nick Clegg, the president of global affairs at Meta, Facebook, about foreign interference on the company's platforms, as well as top executives from Google and Microsoft. Oh, good, because Nick Clegg gets really spicy. He gets really spicy. When does DOJ? Well, let me tell you. Well, let me show you that. Hold on just a second, and I'll let you know. Hold on. Why don't I tell you? Why don't I just tell you? Why don't I tell you? Because guess what? Within the wake and bake. Wait, hold on. Let me find it. Wait, what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, the Russian disinfo. Oh, shit. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Is this? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Well, ask and you shall receive, Carla. Hello. Holla. Breaking. DOJ to declassify confidential report on entire Russian disinformation network next week. This was dated September 13th. Well, actually, it just happened to be lucky that I had that in my bookmarks for today. So, yeah. I didn't. I'm kind of cheating. Oops. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit of air. It's cold today, but it's weird. Okay. Meta just banned Russian media yesterday. That's true. I remember seeing that story. Is Diddy Puff Daddy? Yes, GP. That is exactly who that is. And if you listen to Kesha, have you ever heard Kesha? I actually really like her. She's not had a good time, but anyway, she had a song, and a line in it is waking in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, because she was drunk. Okay. If you've been clamoring, let me see if I can make this bigger. If you've been clamoring for an evidence-based roadmap, he wanted us all to call him Love. What? Hi, Jen. Sean Combs, yes. Hi, Max. Yeah, he can suck balls. I don't even care. I mean, like, now do everybody else that has sex crimes like he does, because if you're just going to be focused on Diddy, I'm going to call bullshit on that. But whatever. What do I know? Hold on. Let me fix this because it's not right. What is it? Left? Okay. There we go. Okay. If you've been clamoring for an evidence-based roadmap of Russian interference in North American elections, the United States is getting ready to lay it all out for you as early as next week. He's going to prison. Yeah. Or they'll offer him a spot in the GOP. No, I'm just kidding. From St. Javelin's account, the Biden administration is expected on Friday. That's this Friday. Wait, this last Friday? When was it? Wait, is that this week? This next week. Okay, this week. Okay. The Friday to announce a major effort to blunt the global influence of RT and expose what it says is the Russian state media network's key role in the Kremlin's global intelligence and influence operation. The State Department will reveal declassified U.S. intelligence findings that suggest RT is fully integrated into Russia's intelligence operations around the world and begin a diplomatic campaign to provide countries with information about the risks associated with RT activities, the official said. That's CNN reporting. Nina Jankowicz also reports, most of us have suspected that Russia's propaganda network RT had its tenterhooks into government activities far beyond broadcasting. The Biden administration is set to reveal exactly how deep their connections run today after last week's indictment. Did they really, though? Did they really do it? Can I just go back? Canada isn't far behind. In a coordinated effort with its allies, Canada is intensifying its focus on Russian interference and disinformation campaigns targeting democratic processes worldwide. This move comes as the United States prepares to unveil a major initiative to curb the global influence of RT, the Russian state-owned media network. The Canadian government, through its National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, is currently conducting a comprehensive investigation into Russian interference in Canadian politics. This investigation is expected to produce a detailed list of Russian interference activities, mirroring efforts by allied nations to expose and counter Kremlin-backed operations. Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc recently stated that Canada is working closely with the United States and other allies on this critical issue. We condemn in the strongest terms the attempts by Russian-owned state media entities to spread disinformation, influence election outcomes, and undermine democracy, LeBlanc said. The NSICOP investigation is examining various aspects of Russian interference, including disinformation campaigns targeting Canadian elections, covert influence operations within Canadian political circles, cyber attacks on Canadian democratic institutions. I just had an image of all the Canadian chuds that I have watched. It just made me laugh. They're not getting in on that Russian money. Cyber attacks on Canadian democratic institutions, attempts to manipulate public opinion through social media. According to sources, Parliamentary Public Safety Committee will hold sessions on this early next week. Oh, so have they? Are the Canadians doing that? This Canadian effort aligns with the upcoming U.S. announcement, which is expected to reveal declassified intelligence findings suggesting RT is fully integrated into Russia's global intelligence operations. The U.S. State Department plans to initiate a diplomatic campaign, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, so did they? Wait, okay, so what date is that? That's 9/13. All right, let me just see what's going down here. Wait, what? RT is just rebranded as X. I was following that seriously for a minute, and then it's like, well, yeah. The sex crimes are what connects them all. Yeah, exactly. I know. Ow. And the Just making sure I haven't missed anything in the chat. Okay. Let's see. I just want to know do we have more than than's already been released? I don't get it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just do that. And then let me look around here. Poke around the internet. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Let's see that. That. Oh. There's a Garland thing, but it's not. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. It's not really. Boy, I really thought there was a different hearing today, but okay. Sorry. Just hang with me a moment. Let me tell you a story. Wow. There's a big fat farty nothing. Okay. Wait, let me. So was there? Look around, bright eyes. Every time and then I fall apart. Okay, wait, hold on. RT. Well, they're all RT is very much alive. RT. Expose. Let me just stay with me. Stay with me. Help RT. Oh dear. Mm, 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 Interesting. The State Department didn't expose RT. They exposed their own. What's that? What? Sorry. Okay. I'm really failing, but that's okay. Oh, it's getting weird. Okay. Never mind. Don't Google RT expose. Don't. Okay. Don't. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my God. Oh, hey, did you realize this? Probably not. Gal, I'm going to guarantee I probably didn't. Okay, I can't get back to my other screen. Where's my screen? Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. No. God damn. Okay, hold on. Oh, well, I didn't see this. Deny. Okay. Hold on. I'm coming back. Let me make sure I get this. I'm going to make this a little smaller. Reap. And then make it bigger. Okay. V square? Is that what it is? Subscribe to Goulash. That's cute. Let's see. Leaked files from Putin's troll. Putin. Fancy spanchy. Wait, Jen, what'd you say? About to DoorDash a coffee up to my office so I don't have to leave. Yeah, no, that's it. That's how you do it. There is a coordinated effort by U.S., Canada, and Britain to inform our allies of what we've discovered. That's great. I wonder how Tenet Media was unnoticed. I know. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's freedom for people to own media companies here. And I think that's why, it went unnoticed. Let me go to that status too. Hold on. Then I'm going to read this first. I'm going to read this. I'm happy fall is here too. Oh my God. Today's beautiful. I have a sweatshirt on for fuck's sake. I'm so happy. Oh, this is the indictment against. Okay, good. We'll come back to that. Well, here, I want to read this. Uh-oh. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Okay, here we go. Settle in. Get your coffee. Get your snuggle bug. Get your little blankie. Kick off your slippers and tuck your legs or your feet under your legs. Just sit all snuggly buggly. Okay, Mama's going to read to you. Okay. All right. Here we go. Leaked internal documents from a Kremlin-controlled propaganda center reveal how a well-coordinated Russian campaign supported far-right parties in European Parliament elections and planted disinformation across social media platforms to undermine Ukraine. In a video resembling a movie trailer, the head of Russia's secret propaganda project, Ilya Gambashidze, I don't know how to say that. I wish they would write it in Cyrillic. I could probably say it. Ilya Gambashidze removes his sunglasses and sits behind a computer wearing a camouflage patterned hoodie with the words Russian ideological troops spelled out on his sleeve. Text flashes on the screen, quote, narrative production, content creation, 300 media outlets, 20 think tanks. The video, part of a leak from Russia's IT organization Social Design Agency, the SDA, appears to be aimed at partners interested in their information operations services. Oh, this is that video where they had that you and Jim shared yesterday. Okay, now I remember. Gambajide, or whatever his name is responsible for numerous projects in various countries, a source connected to EU intelligence told us. The organization and Gambajide, whatever, are already sanctioned in both the EU and the US. Amid the ongoing full-scale war in Ukraine, the Russian presidential administration has emerged as a key client of SDA. Recently, the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI revealed that Russian officials, including Sergei Kiriyenko, the Russian presidential administration's chief of staff, and often referred to as Vladimir Putin's right-hand man, have attended several project meetings with Gambashide. We exposed his role in supervising influence operations in our previous investigative series. I'm going to read. I really want to. I'm just going to. I want to read all their series. Kremlin leaks. Sofia Zakharova, another staffer in Putin's administration, is also a frequent participant in these meetings. Quote, between April 22 and April 23, Gambajide took notes related to at least 20 presidential administration meetings, the U.S. affidavit claims, citing several documents that are now available to V-Square. The leaked documents, comprising thousands of files from SDA servers, were obtained by Delphi, Estonia. Süddeutsche Zeitung, NDR, and WDR, who shared data with international partners, De Standard, NRC, Schemes, Shomrim, DR, Profil, Dossier Center, Front Story, and V-Square. The latest FBI files on Russian influence operations correspond with the data from the leak and refers to the SDA as a public relations company specializing in election campaigns with deep ties to the Russian government. The leak reveals how the SDA operates as a center for psychological warfare. Its army consists not of soldiers, but of meme creators and internet trolls. According to internal records, the agency employs ideologists, 8 commentators, and a bot farm operator. The scale of disinformation production is astonishing. A leaked report claims that in the first 4 months of 2024, the SDA's bot army, dubbed the Russian Digital Army, generated 33.9 million comments. They also claim to have produced 39,899 content units on social media, including 4,641 videos and 2,516 memes and graphics. Clear quotas are set. For example, in one project targeting Germany and France, the quotas were as follows: cartoons, 60 units, memes, 180 units, article comments, 400. There are hundreds of examples of memes in the leaked documents, some of which were created by cartoonists employed by the SDA. In internal discussions, those involved do not shy away from admitting that they are producing fake news and disinformation. Elections in Europe and the U.S. are primary targets. The European Parliament elections are in the summer of 2024. Critical milestones are approaching in 2024, including the Bundestag elections and the U.S. presidential elections. The outcome of these campaigns will largely determine the West's future sanctions policy towards Russia and support for Ukraine, reads one document outlining the focus of these information operations. The Russians remain optimistic about shifting Western public opinion on Ukraine. Bye, GP. Love you. Bye, babes. Are you going to leave? Continue. Okay. Yeah, be safe. Okay. Oh, wait, are you not going? Okay. I don't know. Oh, okay. The leaked files include detailed reports on the thousands of fake comments made in various countries, along with instructions on how to craft such comments. Write a comment from a 38-year-old German woman who believes Germany is losing its main source of income, industry, and a strong economy. We must stop wasting money on Ukraine and return to cheap Russian energy, one document offered as instruction. Similar instructions were written for commenters Aiming at U.S. audience, write a 400-character comment from a 38-year-old American woman who believes military aid to Ukraine and Israel should be cut. Zelensky is wasting taxpayers' money. A similar narrative was crafted to target Poland's online space. Write a 400-character comment from a 38-year-old Polish woman who believes the government is to blame for the country's rise in food prices. Poland is flirting with Ukraine. It has allowed 1 million Ukrainian migrants to settle in Poland, taking jobs and receiving benefits. Does that sound familiar? As a result, ordinary citizens who love this country and pay taxes suffer. That's not good for anything. The Ukrainian grain issue, mentioned in the comment, was heavily amplified by the Russian propaganda machine before the EU elections, presumably to sow division between Poland and Ukraine and undermine solidarity with Ukraine. Wired scraped the Tenet Media YouTube account. You can type in words to see how many times they've been used. Thank you, everyone. Okay, good. Don't leave. Don't go. Undermining the European Parliament. One goal of Russia's influence operations, according to the leaked records, is to bolster far-right parties in Western Europe in the hope that these parties will oppose aid to Ukraine and sanctions on Russia. According to the documents, Russian operatives thought that the far-right Identity and Democracy parliamentary group's success in the European Parliament would benefit Russia. ID was dissolved after the European elections. Proposal: conduct a comprehensive counter-campaign against liberal globalists, their platform, and prominent representatives before the elections to the EP in the countries with the largest representation in this electoral body: Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and Poland. States a project document preparing for elections. It also notes that over half of European Parliament seats belong to these countries, making them key targets. The document outlines 4 key narratives to promote. For example, liberals and globalists spread fear and want us to panic. We must fear war, climate disasters, viruses, a Russian attack. Through fear, they seek our submission. Additionally, they aim to exploit contradictions around family values, LGBT rights, and the economic uncertainty caused by the war in energy and agriculture. The toolkit to achieve these goals includes working in comment sections, memes, videos, cartoons, threads on social media, fakes, street art. Several documents confirm that the SDA was particularly active in Germany, supporting the far-right Alternative for Germany party. Our opinion leader has became the deputy leader of the AfD faction, reads one Russian meeting memo, though it doesn't specify who is being referenced. The Russians also note that AfD's 2024 election program can be seen as a key Russian strategic narrative. It's worth noting that AfD's program for the 2024 election states that the cause of the Ukraine conflict is the dominance of non-European powers. These powers are blamed for dragging European countries into conflict, describes a project document. Another document reveals that the project's success is gauged by the popularity of the Alternative for Germany's party. Excuse me. Let me just read that again. Another document reveals that the project's success is gauged by the popularity of the AfD. According to a document listing key performance indicators. Oh my God, KPIs. The Russians even have KPIs. No, I don't think it is actually. I mean, I think it's Eastern Europe, but I don't think it's technically part of Europe. It's a little farther over, actually. Let's see. Other public polls. I mean, it's up and over. I don't know. I mean, I never considered it part of Europe, but I guess it is. I mean, it's on the landmass. Okay, let's see. Another document reveals, okay, wait, where was I? Other public polls are used to measure success in target countries. Growth of the number of Germans unwilling to sacrifice their well-being for the sake of victory, 55%, says one document. Talking points are proposed to achieve those aims. For example, the U.S. is waging an economic and hybrid war against Russia at the expense of Germany. Anti-Russian decisions by NATO and the EU harm Germans first and foremost. Isn't that interesting? I think this is really interesting. Hell no, I won't go. You can't make me leave. Metrics for success are similar in France. The National Rally, previously known as the National Front, should be polling at 20%, and the number of French people who do not want to sacrifice their well-being for the sake of victory over Russia for the sake of Ukraine should exceed 44%. After the European elections, the SDA evaluated its success. In this post-election analysis, it took notice of the increase in right-wing representatives in the European Parliament. Thus, we can state a serious success of the campaign in social networks, they concluded. However, the same document warns that the success of the far right in the European Parliament does not necessarily translate into success for Russia. As a cautionary example, it cites Giorgia Meloni's hawkish stance. She has been a vocal supporter of Ukraine, and notes that Marine Le Pen support is also not without complications, as Le Pen publicly applauded Zelensky during his visits to Paris, which did not go unnoticed by the Russians. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Overall, though, their two far-right puppets aren't exactly acting as hoped. Overall, though, the general success of the far right in the European Parliament elections is perceived globally as a success for the Russian foreign policy and, moreover, for Russian propaganda, the document states. Coffee time. Do it, girl. Thanks for stopping in. Peace, love. Good to see you. Let's see. Overall, let's see. Okay. Planting fakes for useful idiots. Uh-oh. This might be about our country. The SDA isn't only generating comments for the non-existent 38-year-old women in Germany and America. Its employees also fabricate Ukrainian documents and official quotes to be disseminated through the media. For instance, SDA created forged documents and quotes related to the crash of something, I don't know what that is, some plane in Belgorod in January 2024. Russian propaganda claimed at the time that this plane was carrying 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war and blamed Ukraine for shooting it down. These fakes, as the SDA calls them, were created to persuade the public that Ukraine was hiding that fact. A document titled Register of Fakes and Doppelgangers details 73 instances where the SDA created disinformation for distribution. Our new team, quote, this is a quote, our new team fabricated a story about child abductions. The Americans seriously published it. That's a success, boasted Sofia Zakharova, who is associated with the Russian presidential administration. This comes from an SDA meeting protocol from September 2023. Bye. Go have a PSL. It's pumpkin spice time. A few weeks before this meeting, information began circulating on Telegram channels about Ukrainian children whose organs were being sold on the dark web. Some of the reports weaving their way through social media blamed the Kiev regime orchestrating child evacuations. This claim was meant to mirror the allegations made by International Criminal Court against Russian President Vladimir Putin and the head of the Russian child deportation program in Ukraine, Maria Lvova-Belova. Soon, this disinformation narrative was even spread by some U.S. politicians, such as Republican Representative MTG, a congresswoman from Georgia. The SDA team also highlights green in a U.S.-focused document, explaining how their information operations are picked up by influential figures in the U.S. The document includes a link to an article from Breitbart, a far-right U.S. news outlet, in which Green indicates that weapons supplied by the United States to Ukraine have reached Hamas. The same document indicates that reducing U.S. support for Ukraine can be achieved by contrasting it with the American economic situation. The question, where is our money going, should be the most frequent in the comments section, the document says. The Other Ukraine. One notable project has a code name, The Other Ukraine, and is aimed at Ukrainians in Western Europe, Russia, and Ukraine itself. Another Ukraine has been associated with exiled Ukrainian oligarch and close friend of Putin, Viktor Medvedchuk, in media reports before. Leaked documentation now suggests that the project is aided and orchestrated also by the SDA. Medvedchuk's association can be seen in the documents, according to which the project aims to position Viktor Medvedchuk as a consistent fighter for a peaceful future for Ukraine. There is an alternative to war. Medvedchuk talks about peaceful dialogue as an alternative to a possible nuclear war. the document says. You guys are so funny. I love you. I love that you just enjoy each other's company. That makes me so happy. The project proposes to use Ukrainian language for propaganda purposes. A quote, a full-fledged information agency aimed at Ukrainians and operating within the framework of the ideology of the other Ukraine must appear in the information space, a project document indicates. This source should ensure the loyalty of the new Russian Ukrainians to the President of Russia and active support for his policies. A comprehensive table with a detailed media plan follows. It says what texts, videos, infographics, and photos should be produced and released and how often. For example, the instructions call for comments in support and defense of the quota is set to 300 comments per day. According to Ukrainian prosecutors as well as European security agencies, Medvedchuk is also associated with the Voice of Europe scandal. MEPs, which are, aren't those prime, minister in the, like the representatives of the parliament or European Parliament, were paid to disseminate Russian propaganda. Several participated in activities organized by pro-Russian media outlet Voice of Europe, which was used to funnel the money. After the network's associates in the Czech Republic and Poland, where authorities seized 48,500 euros and $36,000, were arrested. The outlet and connected businessmen were sanctioned by the EU. Later, Belgian police raided the EU Parliament office and private home of an assistant to an MEP who worked for the far-right Alternative for Germany party and received Russian money through the Voice of Europe network. Everyone's playing. There's no fights. I don't have to pull a car over. I'm so happy. Gosh, you guys are great. Thanks for helping Mommy today. Thanks for being helpful to Mommy today. Okay. Maybe you'll get a Slurpee later. An EU intelligence source claims both projects were actually prepared in the Kremlin. The other Ukraine and Voice of Europe were developed in early 2023 in Russia's presidential administration in the office of Sergei Kiryenko, the source says. Info Op Center in Kaliningrad. In a document titled Information Operations Office Baltics, the SDA considers the creation of a center in Kaliningrad, which would focus on the Baltic states, Poland, and Germany. Thanks to its geographical location and historical cultural ties with Europe, Kaliningrad Oblast is the most convenient springboard for organizing and conducting information operations in EU countries, the document states. The project names the following objectives: spreading Russian narratives, influencing political and economic decisions, influencing electoral processes, forming groups and networks of supporters, promoting the interests of Russian business, and creating a system for the promotion of the Russian agenda in the media and social networks. The documents outline the new institution structure, including units such as an analytical monitoring center and content center, IT and IS division, legal expertise center, and translation bureau. Several documents mention Poland, one of the main targets for the SDA's manipulative efforts. Among them is a note on the likely results of the MEP elections. The memo proposes a counter-campaign against the liberal globalists. It's so Boris and Natasha. The SDA also it's so... Just in case, a press conference will be had today at 11:30. Oh, yes. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see I don't know if I'm going to still be on. I thought there was something else playing today and I can't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just tomorrow. Anyway, we'll see. The SDA also monitors the Polish media space and searches for divisive statements. One such report quotes I don't know how to speak Polish. Krzysztof Bosak, the deputy speaker of the Sejm. I'm terrible. And the leader of the far-right Confederation. I better learn how to say those things. Whose statements on Israel triggered a public clash with the Israeli ambassador to Poland. Rest of the world in sight. The examples above are still only a fraction of SDA's operations. There are numerous campaigns with different aims in different countries. The DOJ affidavit mentions 4 different projects aimed at the U.S. alone. a campaign separate from the other Ukraine, suggests dividing Ukraine into 20 regions and preparing information operations for each region. 50,000 comments in 20 regions of Ukraine per month, the document says. Israel is another target. Currently, the situation in the state of Israel seems very favorable for starting a serious project to influence public opinion. The goal of such influence should be to tear Israel out of the general Western anti-Russian agenda. A project document titled Normal Israel says. Again, quotas for comments, texts, and memes are provided. SDA records also revealed its planning of campaigns targeting foreign countries, including Mexico and Israel, with the intent that those efforts would influence associated ethnic or religious groups residing in the United States, the DOJ affidavit says. Separate objectives are set for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The need to neutralize external pressure on the political leadership of these countries by mobilizing the public to support initiatives that run counter to the interests of the United States and its allies is mentioned in a document in regard to Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. Such mobilization must be carried through information impact on national audiences, the document reads. Nobody answered our questions. This is great. This is fantastic. Okay, let's go to this one. I mean, I'm not really. Oh, you did? I just got to see it. Let's ask Carol Harrod. Is she 38? Oh, did you write a 400 character comment from a 38-year-old woman? Let's see. According to leaked docs, the agency employs ideologists, 8 comment. Oh, okay. Oh, this is so great. I don't follow him. I love it. I love this. Oh my God, look at you. You got it. The main bodyguard who guards Donald. Jesus Christ. Okay, sure. Julia Davis is so good too. Please, it's so good. I love that. Oh, wow, cool. Tony times 2. Oh my God. Rate her quote retweet. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, where am I? Did I fuck up? Oh shit, I fucked up. Hold on. Let me just come over here. Happy Citizenship Day. Oh, J-Rants. Wait, let me start over again here because I find it. Wait, where's Carol's quote tweeted you? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I know why they keep missing. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there's Carolyn. Sorry. Open the screenshot. Okay. Fuck. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, like. See her quote. Retweet Tony. Oh, see her quote retweet Tony. Yeah. I see this one. I'm confused. It's me. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, gal. Damn it, Lolo. It's been too long and I love listening to you in the morning. No problem. I'm such an idiot. Sorry, gal. I'm having a brain moment. It's not a good one. It's not helpful at all. Sorry. Hey, look at this. Look what we got here. Look what we got here. I love you so much. I love you so much. My brain. Hi, Oomph. My brain is so fucked up. Okay. Let me let's make that little. Okay, let's go over. I want to do this. This is part of the wake and the bake. Wait, but before I do this, let's do joint number 2. Someday I'll remember. No, I'm not really. I mean, I am. You're right. I am. There is a little bit of that. Whether or not I even want to admit it, there is a little bit of that. Okay. I'm sure I'll be much better now. 48 days. Vote.gov. Come on, guys. Check your voter registration. Check your voter registration. All right, here's your Democracy Daily Dose, babes. Let me move this a little bit and try and make it bigger. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, that's Mondays. Yes. And you will always find the day before's daily dose. She does, and it does. Today's. I'm doing today's. Here's today's. But she always includes yesterday's so that you can go back and look at yesterday's. Okay. But today, here's the messages that we got. Vote. Vote early. Vote by mail. Vote any way you can. Check your voter registration. Check your ballot progress. Let's just be a little more vigilant this year. Why not? Today is National Voter Registration Day. Take a few minutes to visit iwillvote.com/Obama. Make sure you're registered. Have a plan. Check with your friends and family. All right. Trump's slow burn authoritarianism. You've read about the scary horrors of a Trump second term, but a legal war of attrition that harasses MAGA's enemies and transforms government into propaganda could prove more insidious and harder to mobilize against. All right. Oh, Olivia Troy. Let's see, what's this? Oh, this is the New Republic. I like the New Republic. Trump's slow burn authoritarianism. Oh, this is Greg Sargent. Okay, I know what you're saying. I want to see. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and tee that up. Oh, damn it. So stupid. Okay. So there's a good article in the New Republic. Are so long. That's okay. That's all right. We can break them into other days, but I can at least tee them up and save them for the next day. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to all happen this morning. There's no reason. Here we go. And this one, for perspective, Democrats need to find the middle ground between expansive liberal internationalism and dangerous isolationist excesses. The deep roots of Trump's isolationism. Democrats need their own America First agenda. Oh, foreign affairs. Okay. Put the bookmark in that. And war is nasty, bullish, and often much too long. It is an illusion to think that technology will change the underlying human nature of conflict. But the character of war is changing both rapidly and fundamentally. The United States must change and adapt as well. And American officials must do so faster than their country's adversaries. Washington won't get it exactly right, but it must get it less wrong than its enemies. I wonder if Lolo still leads her cult. I do. My cult is doing beautifully, by the way. Let me just tell you. I'm happy to show you at any point how beautiful my cult is. I have many members, and I'm married to very many of them. Because they've asked me to marry them. Not because I wanted to. I add things that don't always align with everything I personally ascribe to, but I think introducing many ideas is important for perspective, just as a disclaimer. Yeah, that's this is what Gal does is a curated thread, right? So a curated thread of articles and original documents that really, total polygamy, that really kind of just go deeper, go a little bit deeper on each subject. I just love the curation. Like that to me is a great, just a great little like thread of not necessarily totally interrelated, but they're just like deep dives, like mini deep dives. I don't know. I think it's good. I intend to have the personal. Yeah, you do leave the personal opinion. I mean, sometimes you're funny. But they're fucking good threads. They're good threads. Anyway, and it gives us stuff to read for the next day. I love it. Millie. Oh, that's interesting. I would be interested in reading that. Let's see. Oh, and then, oh my God, little promo. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Tune in today at 1:30 p.m. ET, DAJ Monaco. Okay. Are they doing a, let me go to this. Sorry. What? Join Politico's AI and Tech Summit for for exclusive interviews and conversations with senior tech. Is that, is that today? That's what they're having? Tune in today. Ooh, I think I'll come back for that. That's at 10:30 a.m. What's today? Tuesday? I think I'll come back for that. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I know. We don't like Politico either, but I want to hear about this. AI election security. That sounds really good. She does cross the streams. Yeah. Oh, that sounds really good. I think I'm gonna take a look at that. Yeah, I might come back for that. That would be really good. I just want to check my bookmarks to see, because I had a bunch of. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. So that, what I get? I got this. Oh, I want to read this. Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right. So this is something I got yesterday, or we got yesterday. District of Arizona. Politico is bad now. Politico's owned by like a Nazi or something. You sent a palate cleanser? Sweet. I'm going to read this, then I'll go to that. Just because I want to make sure I get through some of the bookmarks that I have, but not, Anyway, sorry. All right, here we go. So this was from yesterday? I can't remember. I think it was. Anyway, State of Arizona v. Mark Meadows. Yeah. It's owned by somebody really bad. Forgive me, I don't remember the details right at the moment, so I'm misspeaking, so I apologize for misspeaking. It's a video, but worth it? Okay. All right, hold on. I gotta put everything down here. Did I already smoke one joint? Is this joint number 2? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Whoa.
Go to Brandy. Brandy is
Okay, and we're gonna take this palate cleanser before I read this. I hope if this goes bad, it's Carla's fault. That's all I'm going to say. If this goes poorly, it's all her fault. Okay, here we go. It's 5 minutes, so settle in. Yes. All right. Lady admits she was mentally ill and duped by Donald Trump's fear-mongering. She got help, and now she is supporting Kamala Harris for president in a really moving story. Have a listen below.
Is next up on PTL. What's up, Brandy?
Hi, Brian. How are you doing?
Good. What's on your mind today?
Well, I know that I'm probably not the type of MAGA supporter that you were hoping to get on the air,
that's
but
quite all right.
I was a I was a Trump supporter in 2016 and 2020. Voted for him both times. Will not be voting for him this election cycle. But I heard you talking about the conspiracy theories and everything like that, and the hatred. And in my personal opinion, from my experience, there are two types of Trump supporters. There are the Trump supporters. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never done anything like this.
Take your time.
Before,
You're doing.
so,
Don't worry. Take your time. You're doing. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Thank
Yep.
you. There are Trump supporters that are filled with hate and that are looking for a reason or an excuse to be able to let that hate out. I was not one of those Trump supporters. I had. I'm a veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question?
That I kind of fell into. Absolutely. Please.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to ask you this because you sound like a very nice lady, an intelligent lady. As someone who served, help me understand this. As I respect your service as I do for anybody, even people that I might disagree with politically. As somebody who served like you did, when you heard Donald Trump say, "I don't respect John McCain because he was captured," I'm wondering how you were still able to go to the ballot box. Did you hate his opponent that much that you were still willing to vote? I'm glad you're on the right side now, by the way. Make no mistake about it. But how were you able to vote for somebody like that when he attacked a POW?
An excellent question.
Yeah.
That is an excellent question. I respect the hell out of John McCain.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I was not mentally well. And that was one of the things I was going to get to. The reason that I chose Trump was because I was scared.
Mm-hmm.
And his conspiracy theories and everything made me feel like I had control over. I knew what was coming when I listened to him. He told
the
me
scare
everything
tactics,
that I needed to be afraid of.
The scare tactics
Exactly.
worked, listen, I understand that. So let me ask you this. What was the final straw for you where you kind of saw the light and you said, I can't vote for this guy anymore? What was the final thing? Was it one thing or a bunch of things where you said, I can't vote for him this coming election?
I'd like to go back to the John McCain thing, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Because I had so much faith in Trump, I didn't believe that he would ever say something like that. I had never seen it with my own eyes, so I didn't believe it. Everything he said about our military, I'm like, oh, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. And the cognitive dissonance was real.
Right.
It was very real with me.
Right.
The final straw was, it's probably getting a little bit too much into my history, but I was diagnosed with PTSD.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Very shortly. I appreciate that. Thank you. I was diagnosed with PTSD in 2020. And around 2021, January 6, 2021, when that happened, I really started to side-eye him. In March of 2021, I started getting trauma counseling, and it was kind of a downhill battle from there. I think, I don't want to say this for everybody because I know that this isn't true, but for me, my support of him was based around my mental illness.
Wow. I got to tell you something. This is fascinating to me. First of all, I'm very glad that you got the help that you needed. Sounds like you're doing much better now, which you sound like a very nice lady. Let me say this, and I mean this sincerely, okay? If Donald Trump loses in November, it's not going to be because of Democrats. It's not going to be because of Republicans, necessarily. It's going to be because of people like you. Because I personally believe there's more people like you out there that see the light, that are on the right side of history, whether they got help that they needed or whether they finally began to understand for whatever reason, I'm grateful, that we cannot vote for this man and support him. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Is it fair to say that you're going to be voting for Harris then?
Absolutely. I'm excited to vote for her. I donated to a political campaign for the first time in my life on the night of the debate.
Well, I got to tell you,
I get my ballot for her.
I admire people like you. Listen, I didn't vote in 2016, and I'm it wasn't because I was had any health issues or mental health issues. The reason why I didn't vote in 2016, and I made a mistake, and I openly admit I made a mistake. I had no idea Trump was the monster that he was going to turn out to be. I would vote for Hillary Clinton in a heartbeat, right? Thank you so much for calling and sharing your story. I really appreciate it. And
Thank you for taking my call, Brian. I really appreciate it.
Of course. And I promise you that I'm going to share your story on my platforms because I think it's really important for people to hear. And I'm really moved by your call and the fact that you are willing to admit something that so many Trump supporters today refuse to admit they were wrong. They refuse to admit they might be mentally ill. They refuse to admit that they were duped. And I have so much admiration for somebody like you to call into this show, not only be on the right side of history now, but just to be willing to admit that, hey, I was mentally ill. Maybe I was brainwashed, for lack of a better term, by some of the things and the fear mongering. I got help that I needed. Make no mistake about it. I'll say it again. If Kamala Harris wins in November, which we hope that she does, it's going to be because of wonderful people like you. And I really appreciate you calling into the show. I really do. Please call back again. 702-2.
That's great, Carla. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thanks for sharing that. That's really cool. Thank you about that. I don't know. I think it is truly just people that had no interest in politics whatsoever. I think I just don't know. I don't know how you couldn't even know he was a joke. Like, he was such a joke. He was such a joke his entire life. I mean, it was quirky that he was included in rap songs. I always assumed they were just making fun of him. You know what I mean? I never thought that was an homage to Trump. I thought those songs were just like, well, he's a buffoon and he is a rich guy and he likes to flash cash. So you're making fun of him. You know what I mean? I actually wish he would have let her elaborate on why her untreated PTSD led her there. It sounded like she had an analysis of the why. Yeah, that would have been interesting. It would have been interesting. Yeah. That's a really good one. I've not heard of Brian Shapiro. I'll have to check out his radio program. That's interesting. Thank you, Carla, for sharing. But now we go back to little Marky Meadows. Yeah, I like that. The conspiracies made her feel safe, like she knew where they were going because he was so confident. You know what I mean? His kind of stupidity confidence, where he'd say, I know this, I know that, whatever. I can see now. That actually is a little new piece of information where I guess that's what the strong man does, right? They kind of take away a question for you, even if you just ignore the parts where it could be, oppressive, right? It's an answer where they have none. Yeah, an answer where they have none. That's a good way of putting it, Jen. Right. It's like religion in many regards, right? Where you have kind of stories that help you make sense. I'm going to try and fix the chat. Hold on just a moment. So it kind of comes out. But yeah, I could see where that is that gives people kind of solace, I guess. I don't know. Not me, but some people. Hey, Art Music, connection to the someone who is powerful makes them feel more powerful too. And yes, that's a really good point. And he makes them feel like they're winning even when they're losing, right? We talked about that last night on the space. There is a sense of the large encompassing world of MAGA that is much larger than, the leaders of MAGA movement continually tell their folks that this is a large movement that is much larger than people realize, and you're part of it. You are part of something. And that feeling of belonging is really important. And the other thing we talked about last night on the space, based on my experience on Sunday, is that there is certainly, just members of MAGA, I won't say everybody, but the strong sense that I got from people was that they wanted me to approve of them. They wanted to not feel like the out group. So they actually, even though they hate dirty liberals, they also want our approval as decent human beings. Oh my gosh. Listen, GP, that's the entry ticket. Okay. The entry ticket to MAGA is that you recognize something in the values of that asshole or MAGA in general that appeals to your own bigotry, right? He gave voice, MAGA has given voice to levels of bigotry that I don't think I've seen in modern politicians. Now, that's not always true. We've definitely got some. But it is far more open than it was when I was a kid, at least from my perspective, which of course is very different than the perspective of other people who were the subject of racism, etc. So I don't really speak for that, but I feel as if there is the president of the United States basically stands up there and makes racist comments and people clap. So, where do the Chads belong? Or Chuds? Oh, where do the Chuds belong? It's interesting. I think there are varying kinds of Chuds, Butterfly, right? Like, I think there are the libertarian leaning where they don't think anybody is good because they want kind of a free-for-all. They don't want to be taxed. They don't want to have to worry about regulations. They don't want to worry about, restrictions on their gun rights. That's more of like a libertarian chud. And then there's kind of like the Christo-fascist or the Christo-fascist light chud, right? Where we've encountered a lot of those, where they kind of focus on their belief in God as kind of like an excuse for everything. I don't even find them to be extremely religious people, but they use it as a cloak to make them feel morally superior. Those to me are, the racism and the bigotry can float throughout all of those communities, right? It's just like I was talking about too, where I saw MAGA as a place for fringe groups to really find a home, right? I use the men's rights movement as a great example. Men's rights movements like Jaron Jackass Jackson down in Oklahoma, who's like a podcaster for men's rights and stuff like that. And also friend of Linwood. But they found a place in a real fucking political party. They weren't relegated to the outer limits of political talk. They were literally brought into the fold and said, you guys are like, I'm lifting you up. So I think that because while white people are getting closer to being a plurality, yeah, exactly. And that, there's a lot of things at play. I don't look at this so simply as like one kind of like, the MAGA gave so many different disparate groups home. Anti-vaxxers, right? Wellness, like people that you didn't think would come together. But they all found a home in MAGA. So now it's like, they're kind of clinging to that. It's giving them some of the only power that they've had. You know what I mean? Like political power. Like they have political power. Matt Gaetz is the most powerful man in the Congress. If you think about it, if you think about it, like, I know the crunchy to MAGA pipeline is weird, but they really they get something out of that movement for their own cause or for their own bigotry, right? They're made not to be wrong because polite society will often tell them that they're wrong because they are. Because they are. And that's going to be the toughest part, right? The toughest part of reconciliation, if you will, in this country, I think is going to be kind of like how do you actually say, guess what? When you accuse an entire party of mutilating children, you have to back away from that. A, because it's not true. B, because it's fucking propaganda and it's cruel. And it's defamation. Like there are some worldviews within MAGA movement that they need to let go of. And that's going to be really fucking hard. And they're not going to let go of it. So we're going to have to make it unacceptable to be that way in public. So, I don't know. So yeah, I get it, but your biological and technological distinctiveness will go where we go all. Yeah. I don't know. I actually thought of the Borg on Star Trek Mags and thought it perfectly represented MAGA. That's a good one. We go all. Where we go one carbon unit, we go all. We are Borg. We are Bork. Anyway. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't even know how we got here, but okay. Aggression and cynicism. Yeah, I mean, I think it's here's the thing. This country has a very deep commitment to its racist ideals in some of our populace, right? In some of our institutions, in some of our... So we've got a long ways to go when it comes to addressing systemic racism and things like that. And the loudness of the individuals who are bigots and racists, etc. And the reason we use words like that, by the way, because chuds are always like, why are you calling me that? Why are you calling me names? Well, I call you a name because that's what we do in the English language. We create a word that represents what many words are. So rather than saying those many words, we say one word, and that in some cases might be racist. You are a racist. Lolo in the dino suit. Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about breaking any bonds, but it was fun. I had fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I hope this time last year, no, wait, this time next year, I hope we're looking back and just saying, wow, we made it. No, I know we won't, but I don't know. I have to believe that. I have to believe that it's going to get better. I really do. I really do. I really have to believe that. All right. Okay. But anyway. I just got coffee up my nose. Okay. I'm going to read this. This is about Mark Meadows. It's not very long. I want to read about Mark Meadows in Arizona. Let's do it. This is, at issue is Mark Meadows' notice of removal, to which the state of Arizona has filed a response and request to remand, and in support of which Mr. Meadows filed a reply. Okay, well, this is ridiculous. Okay, I'm not gonna read all this. Hey, Marky boy. Okay. For the reasons set forth below in detail, the court finds that Mr. Meadows fails to present good cause for his untimely filing of notice of removal, and that in any event, an evaluation on the merits yields that he fails to demonstrate that the conduct charged in the state's prosecution relates to his former color of office as chief of staff to the president. The court, therefore, will remand this matter to the state court. Okay, here we go. Background. On April 23rd, 2024, an Arizona grand jury indicted 18 individuals on 9 felony counts pertaining to an alleged attempt to illegally... How does this 30% about... Well, okay. Well, let me address that. What I think, which is not necessarily right, but I don't think they do. Okay, they don't enter reality because the admission that, or at least a portion of them don't, and it is because once you get voice to your bigotry and the hatred, it's hard to then rein it back in. So it has to be socially unacceptable to be that way. And I don't think that we are going to really, I don't think we're really going to get to that point. That seems unrealistic. You today, almost 5 years later, have Republicans stand up and say that the election was stolen in 2020. You have no significant part of the MAGA infrastructure media that doesn't say that Trump won. So unless you cut off the information source, I don't even see how you do that, because this is a world now and there's ways to get information outside of the normal, so we are in a bad place from that standpoint. I do feel that actually since the 2020 election, there were, it was reported at that time after the January 6th that many people who had voted for Trump in 2020 were horrified by January 6th. I remember that reporting. And so there were people who left. There was actually some statistics on people who left the Republican Party at that point in time. Right? Yes, exactly. Particularly with social media companies profiting from societal distress. So I don't think we ever totally come back. I think the bad cat is out of the bag. And so I think we focus very hard on creating legislation that protects voting rights, that gets money out of politics, and actual legislation that will help us reinforce against a low-informed populace or a mass psychosis. No. So that's what I think. That's all I can observe. Which is why I think it's important for as many people who have that want to see this country, this world survive and thrive, right? Those of us who want that should be loud and should be talking about that, because I do feel like if there are more voices raised in positivity towards like a more perfect union, if voices are really raised in that, it kind of does drown out the negativity. And I know that's a little Pollyanna, but I don't see any other way out of it. And I choose to do something as proactively as possible about it. Even if that's just smoking weed on YouTube. No. So I don't know. I don't know how I don't know. I think we have a lot of work to do on rights in this country that are going to help protect against stupid election malfeasance, if you will. Yeah. I'm worried. Yeah, no, I'm a little worried about like all these little machinations that the MAGA have, like ballot chasers and all this bullshit, that they're putting out through their airwaves, and Charlie Kirk and all that. And I think that just means we work hard to get religion out of politics, reinforce the Johnson Amendment. Let's do things that strengthen that buttress against kind of manipulation and low informed voters, right? I don't know if there's a way to do that, by the way. I'm just saying that it's a place to start. And I'm very much of the mind that it's imperative to do something, that you start with something. Like I used to run a school, right? And I remember talking to people about a particular improvement or something we were going to make. And they're like, but we can't do it if we don't have this and we don't have that. And I said, well, can we do one part of it and then build on that? And they're like, yeah, okay, well, maybe, you know what I mean? So it's like, let's find the first step that we can take. The first fucking step we can take, okay? And take it. Because frankly, I don't think it's fair to the people who have already suffered over the centuries in this country from a lack of rights that we don't take any possible opportunity to strengthen our social fabric. And there's lots of ideas to do that. I think we need much more mutual aid kind of organizations supported, much more of that community building. There's ways. I know there are ways. And I know there are ways that people agree on. So make voting a requirement. Make it a national fucking holiday. Why the fuck not? That's a good point, Jen. They said big tobacco would never die. Tapestry of democracy is in tatters. And I don't really think, I think it's in tatters because, information is so pervasive and so in our faces. I think it also convinces us it's in tatters when, in fact, it's operating, right? The wheels are moving. Actually, I don't think the situation in this country is as bad as the MAGA portray it. And I definitely think democracy is strained. But I think it is pretty strong, and I think they want us to believe that it's in tatters, right? Because 20 to 30% of the people inhabit an alt reality. Yeah, I hope so too. But sometimes hope is a little bit, it's okay, right? It's okay to operate a little bit in the hopeful zone and be realistic. I don't want to be unrealistic about the challenges that we all face. But I also want to take it down a notch and say, you know what? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I think it will be. I think people are generally good. Those people on Sunday, they really wanted me to like them. And they wanted to like me. Right? They wanted to like me and they wanted me to like them. And there is, I think we have to, but I think we have to really insist that everyone be accepted for who they are, and that the narratives about mutilating children and trans people and, LGBTQ and drag queens and trafficking and all the lies, those have to be labeled as opinion. I'm sorry. I don't know where else we go with that. I think we have to start labeling shit. You still have millions of people promulgating the most outlandish, ridiculous ideas. I know. You live in a bubble of progressive people. I know. Well, and I live in California where although I'm going to be honest, I feel like LA is pretty red. I don't know. I feel like I've gotten a lot of dudes and stuff that are just like, Biden sucks, you know, kind of, when I protest and stuff. So I don't know. I don't feel like I'm such in a progressive enclave for sure. Yeah, LA. Oh no, it's very red. Oddly red. Very oddly red. Probably money. Probably because of money. But anyway, I don't know. So I don't really feel like, I mean, maybe if I was in Northern California, I might feel differently, like where my family is. I might, you know, be in a progressive enclave. But LA is definitely, LA is definitely not, it's purple. Definitely purple. Weird, but purple. Anyway, I don't know. I have no pretense that I'm solving fuck all out here, by the way. I have no pretense. I'm just saying what's on my mind. And actually, I wish that everyone who felt comfortable turning on a camera would do that. I really do. I wish there were more of us on YouTube, you know, just talking about whatever is interesting to us. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm doing what is comfortable for me, right? Like I'm doing what is comfortable for me, and whether or not it has an impact, I don't really know. I mean, I'm not under the pretense that I'm changing people's minds, but you know, whatever. We do what we do what we have to. Better than nothing. There you go. That's right. Better than sitting on my ass, which is what I do most of the day. So I should probably try not doing it. Anyway, okay, I'm going to read this document about Marky Mark because I want to find out what's happening in Arizona. I have not kept up on it. So let's catch up with little Marky Meadows. Talk about tribulations, boy. This bitch, he better be singing like a canary. That's all I have to say. I want to see it. I want to see all the drama. All of it. Okay, on April 23rd, 2024, Arizona. We're in Arizona, folks. Arizona grand jury indicted 18 individuals on 9 felony counts pertaining to an alleged attempt to illegally overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election conducted in Arizona. The state contends that following the election, the 18 charged individuals participated in an organized scheme to prevent the lawful transfer of the presidency. Yes, speaking of... and the fake fossils. The state contends that following the election, the 18 charged individuals participated. According to the state, the actions undertaken by the charged individuals pursuant to this scheme included the commission of various state law felonies. No, not yet. I haven't read it yet. It's in my bookmarks. I haven't read it yet. According to the state, the actions taken by the charged individuals pursuant to this scheme included the commission of various state law felonies, including 1 count of conspiracy, 1 count of fraudulent schemes and artifices, 1 count of fraudulent schemes and practices, and 6 counts of forgery and a partridge in a pear tree. The individuals charged by the state include the 11 individuals who acted as so-called fake electors, corresponding to the 11 votes allotted to Arizona in the Electoral College, as well as 7 individuals who allegedly orchestrated and supported the scheme behind the scenes. Oh my God. Among those behind the scenes indictees is Marky Meadows, who served as President Trump's chief of staff from 2020 to 2021. That was it. And at all times relevant to this case. In particular, the state alleges that Mr. Meadows worked with the members of the Trump campaign to coordinate and implement the false Republican electors' votes in Arizona and was involved in the many efforts to keep Trump in power despite his defeat at the polls. Money, 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 money. Following his indictment and subsequent arraignment, Mr. Meadows removed the state criminal prosecution to federal court pursuant to this code. Because the court did not deem summary remand appropriate, the court scheduled an evidentiary hearing as required by this thing. Prior to the evidentiary hearing, the state filed a response opposing jurisdiction and requesting to remand to state court. Mr. Meadows filed a reply, but he also filed a bench memorandum on the eve of the evidentiary hearing, to which the state lacked sufficient time to respond in kind. In the interest of fairness, the court permitted the state to file a supplemental bench memorandum of its own following the evidentiary hearing. Having read the briefs and considered the issues, the court now addresses the propriety of removal in this case. The well-pled complaint rule typically precludes removal of cases in which federal jurisdiction exists only by virtue of a federal defense. However, Congress has enacted a limited exception to the general rule. Under the federal officer removal statute, suits against federal officers may be removed despite the non-federal cast of the complaint. The federal question element is met if the defense depends on federal law. The federal removal statute is codified at 1442, and it provides in relevant part a civil action or criminal prosecution that is commenced in a state court that is against or directed to any of the following may be removed. Okay, I can't. That's all so very legal. The Supreme Court explained that in order to successfully remove a case under this section, a federal officer must raise a colorable defense and establish that the prosecution is for or relating to an act under color of office. To satisfy the latter, an officer must show a nexus. Hi, Teresa. Morning, Lolo. A hit news coming out of Sean Diddy. Yes. Good old Diddy. Yeah, totally. No, I'm going to go from a couple things. Yeah. In their briefing, both Mr. Meadows and the state urged the court to adjudicate this case according to satisfy the letter of the rule. Okay. A three-pronged test that would require Mr. Meadows to show that 1, he is a federal officer within the meaning, 2, that there exists a causal nexus between the charged conduct and his official duties, and 3, that Mr. Meadows possesses a colorable federal defense. This three-pronged test originates in case law addressing the propriety of removals by private persons acting under federal officers, in contrast to removals by federal officers themselves. Okay. This is similar to his removal of the Georgia case. Meadows is still in D.C. pulling 6 figures from a think tank. Oh, right. God, why? And you know what? And Ken Cheesebro is sitting in his house in Puerto Rico drinking rum punch. I don't understand this world. I don't. I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't. Revolution. Revolution. Okay. Let me just see if this is actually the part. No. Oh, the thing at 1:30. That's right. At 10:30. That's right. The AI thing. Ooh, you know what I could do? I can read that. Wait, hold on. Because this is like the same thing as his. I'm not even sure I want to read this now because it's the same thing as his. It's the same thing as the DC thing. I'm just wondering if they have anything about the Arizona case. I'm more curious about the Arizona case in general and where it's at. Okay, see, this is all the same shit. I'm not going to read that. It'll bore you guys. I'm probably drinking Zima. He probably is. But not still pulling fake dinosaur bones from a property. Did he do that, Max? Did he find fake dinosaur bones on his property? I'm sorry. Did he really do that? I could see him actually doing that. That's why I'm not surprised. All right, let me let me go to my bookmarks. Bookmarks! It's the bookmarks! Bookmarks! It's the bookmarks! I have it right here. There we go. Waking in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. Let me make sure I've got the right thread pulled up and then I'll come back to it. Hold on just a moment. All right, I have a different thread I want to read. This was on my bookmarks for today, and in lieu of the Mark Meadows nonsense, because basically he was told, no, we're not moving your fucking Arizona case to fucking DC. You're fucked. Get over it. So here we go. But do you guys remember when we talked about the Johnson Amendment? Do you remember the show about the Johnson Amendment? Well, guess what? It's back, baby. This time, friend responded with their awareness that EDTX is a cesspool. Which ED Texas? ED, 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 ED. I don't know what that is. Okay. And this thread features one of our loungers. Oh, Eastern District. Right. Okay. I would imagine it's a cesspool. Are you kidding me? I could totally see that. All right. So this one I had on our bookmarks for today. I want to talk about it. And we'll see that it features a lounger. All right. Good old Jenny Cohn. We love Jenny. Jenny's a good friend of everyone at the lounge. All right. So yesterday, she did this. Trump ally Michael Farris has filed a complaint challenging the Johnson Amendment, which precludes churches from making campaign contributions. This is big. That the hive mind had mentioned knowledge that I lack. The hive mind has filed a complaint challenging the Johnson Amendment, which precludes churches from making campaign contributions. If successful, this would enable dark money donors to funnel campaign contributions through churches while receiving tax deductions. Can you imagine the money? Can you imagine the money that would flow? All right, let's listen to asshole Mike Farris. He's a dick.
We're trying to reinstate the original vision of America where churches could preach the whole counsel of the Word of God and not stop at applying that to the issues that are facing us today. We think that churches and other nonprofits should be able to free to say whatever they want to say.
Absolutely, and thank you 1,000 times over for leading the charge on this at this point. I believe this is one of the reasons why so many churches are not engaged. So many pastors,
General Counsel,
result, so many Christians across the board are not engaged.
NRB
they have been led to believe this erroneous narrative of separation of church and state, that you cannot, as a church or as a pastor from the Scripture, deal with biblical truth that touches on, in fact, directly at sometimes, deals with political issues, that somehow that's illegal. It is not illegal, and that is the heart, the hub, the centerpiece of our First Amendment rights. Can you tell us a little bit about the complaint that was filed
Never
yesterday?
mind the separation piece.
Sure, so,
Fuck that.
Over 50 pages long.
All right. Okay, Farris filed his complaint in his capacity as a general counsel for the National Religious Broadcasters. That's right. Until recently, Farris was the CEO of the Alliance Defending Freedom, which helped overturn Roe v. Wade. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to tee that up for another day, too. So, let's see. Here's one. Oh, my dog. My dog's barking. Okay, I gotta take him out. Hold on. Damn it. I didn't plan this morning very well. Hold on just a minute. Let's put on some music for you. Hold on just a minute. La 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 la. There. Nice piano music. You can just chill while I go take the dog out. It'll be fast. Hold on. Wait, I'm back. I'm back. Let's team up on some. Uh-oh, what's going on? What is going on? GP, what has been happening while I've been gone? What are you doing? What's happening in this chat? Uh-oh, what happened? Nomi's. Uh-oh. She's gone. Who wants some of this? Carla, I fucking love you. I popped out for a minute. It's cruising from Bruising. GP started it. Man. Carla really throws down, man. I'm telling you, it gets rough on these streets. These streets are rough. You guys are funny. Oh, okay. Can I just say, my dog, all right? I know you're good. You're a good boy. Can I just say, my dog has the attention focus of a Nobel scientist when sniffing other dogs' pee. Can I get an amen on that? Like, my dog has such a focus as if it were something like, a cure for cancer. I don't know. My dog is crazy. Well, actually, I guess my dog's just a normal dog. Yeah, he's Baymal. He's just like, he's a Nobel scientist. All right, here we go. We're back on the Johnson Amendment, which I always am thinking, SDNY seeking pretrial detention? Hi, Scott. Yeah, he is a boy. Yes, he is a boy. Wait a minute. Okay, so SDNY... Wait. Okay. Here's my thing about this Diddy thing. I know what Diddy has been accused of is horrific. And I mean, it is absolutely horrific. And I guess there's some little tiny thing in my mind right now that is... So Sean, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, he's a producer, musician, whatever. And he's been really sexually abusing and violating and allowing others and enabling others to violate individuals in his presence, I guess. And so he's got a long history, I guess, of some very, very horrific crimes charged against him that he'll be going to trial for, which is what they announced today. Or I guess they arraigned him or something. Since the 90s, yeah. And I totally think it is good to bring down all of the people involved in those things. Yeah, like Caligula, yeah. So I totally understand that. I also then, my mind can also hold on to the fact that he is a black man, and I'm not sure why it's okay for other, I just think there's a little bit of unequal treatment of this story. And I'm not trying to, I actually don't have I have no admiration for Diddy. I think he's probably a pig, and deserves everything that's going to come his way. I have no doubt. There's something, I don't know. I'm going to hold my tongue because I just don't know. Like, and now to hear that they might be holding him pretrial detention. Bye, Scott. Are you leaving? Wait, are you leaving? Yeah, I think he deserves everything he's about to get. It's just kind of interesting. I don't know. There's something really, I don't know. I'm waiting to see how all this comes out. Epstein. Yeah. I'm kind of like, and that's not that I don't want someone who has committed such heinous crimes to ever be treated specially. I just feel like there are other people who may have been treated specially. I don't know. And I don't know all the details. So I'm going to shut up now. But something stinks. And I'm just... Yeah, that's all. That's all. And I really don't like Diddy. I think he's probably a dick. It's probably a total... there's definitely a lot of evidence that is, and his behavior towards Cassie and other people in his orbit, like he's on film beating her up in a hotel hallway, So yeah, as a woman who's been punched by a man as part of a relationship, when in a relationship, I actually have firsthand knowledge of what it's like to be in a violent relationship. So I definitely want him to be held accountable, as I would have liked the guy who punched me to be held accountable. So, I am definitely on that train. I just also wonder, who are the other people, right? Who are the other people that are getting away with it because they're white? Right? Okay, that's really what it comes down to, is who's getting away with it. And why isn't Trump in the pre-trial stuff? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to stop because we're going to go back to the Johnson Amendment, because that is fascinating. I really am interested in this. Okay, so here we go. And I'm going to keep an eye, although I think we're pretty good. It's only 9:00 now, so that's cool. Okay, the Johnson Amendment does not prohibit churches from inviting political speakers or discussing positions that may seem partisan, nor does it restrict voters from making faith-based decisions on who should represent them. But because donations to churches are tax deductible, and because churches don't have to file financial disclosures with the IRS, without such a rule, donors seeking to influence elections could go undetected, said Andrew Seidel, Vice President of Strategic Communications for the advocacy group Americans United for the Separation of Church and State. Yeah, they can't. Okay, this is so interesting. Oh, see you later, Diana. Love you. Love you so much. Thanks for coming in this morning. Good luck at your appointment, and be careful on your bike. Keep your eyes open. If you pair the ability to wade into partisan politics with a total absence of financial oversight and transparency, you're essentially creating super PACs that are black holes, Seidel said. Here's the IRS code. Generally, tax-exempt orgs must file an annual information return, Form 990. Most small tax-exempt organizations whose annual gross receipts are normally $50,000 or less can satisfy their annual reporting requirement by electronically submitting the 990N if they choose not to file the 990 or the EZ. Churches, some church affiliated organizations, and certain... Wait, what? Okay, so I worked in nonprofit, and we filed a 990 every year, right? Every organization I worked for, we filed a 990. We had an external audit, which was intense every year. And you're telling me that churches, I'm going to be honest with you. Can I be honest? I actually thought that, yes, Teresa, what you just said, yes. I hope that case is reopened. I hope the West Palm treatment of the Epstein case is reopened. And I hope that whatever Rubin or whatever his name is, that was the U.S. attorney, gets yoinked. Anyway, sorry. I actually was naive enough to think that churches still filed a 990. Are they not? Oh my God, the music's playing. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. Although it's nice music, but you don't need to hear it. Alex Acosta, thank you so much. I hope. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with this Justice Department. I can't explain it. I don't know. Okay, but I'm naive because I actually thought that there was some filing requirement, as there was for a 501c3 for a church. But clearly, I just learned something, which is embarrassing. I should have known. Where do Proud Boys, etc., get their money? Churches funding them? I don't think so. I don't think churches are funding them. I think they get money through other organizations that then make grants to them, like, I don't know. I don't really know. Actually, I don't know. That's a really good point. Maybe that's bad. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, you learn something new. I really thought, do churches not have audits every year? Does that not happen? Because I had an audit every year. Roger Stone. Yeah, I mean, I think they get it through think tanks and I don't really know. But I thought they did. I thought they had to file at least an audit of your financials. I don't know. Otherwise, you'd have people steal. You know what I mean? I just don't get this. I don't get it. The 990s and the 990s are kind of hard to fill out, but not that hard. All right. Oh God, Paxton Institutes of Mass Destruction. Thank you, Carla. Probably. All they have to do is have some dumb group funnel the money through. It's not that hard, really. I mean, the local Rotary could give, I don't know. I guess the Rotary wouldn't give them money. They make grants. Okay, never mind. Anyway, funny. This was, let's see. Let me make sure. Oh, fucking bitch. What I wanted to do. Okay. So, let's see. Texas, this is from January 1st, 2024. Texas AG Ken Paxton's brief seeking to overturn Trump's election loss was ghostwritten by Michael Ferris. Oh my gosh, they're friends. An evangelical lawyer who once wrote that Christians will succeed when their children engage wholeheartedly in the battle to take the land. Oh my God, that's the Bucks County Beacon right there. I'm gonna just bookmark that little baby. I just want to bookmark that and take a look at Mr. Ferris later on. I want to learn a little bit more about Mr. Ferris. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oops, that's the wrong one. Where was I? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Also, Doug Logan. Oh my God, Cyber Ninjas. It's a small world after all. Would the Heritage Foundation fund the Proud Boys? See, I don't think they would directly, GP, but I could see them giving it to, Patriots of Bucks County. And the Patriots of Bucks County is just like a little club, right? I could see them doing stuff like that. And then they give Joe, the local Proud Boy, $150. I don't know. Peterson's Tears fund them. Exactly. Doug Logan of Cyber Ninja fame said that there was a prayer wall at the Arizona audit location and that we had at least 5 people who gave their life to Christ while they were at the Arizona audit. Oh my God, that's so interesting. CEO of company touts fake audits Christian nationalism. Oh, that's interesting. Sidney Powell. Oh, Flashpoint. Now, Flashpoint is one of the most dangerous outlets, I think, on the internet. Flashpoint is very Nazi, very gross. And Carla is a cyber ninja. So on 1/2/21, that's just before. Look at Sidney Powell in all her glory. Look at her. Look at her with that animal print, just looking all wild and like you'd like to go on safari with her. Don't you think you'd like to sit next to her in that little Jeep and be on safari? Don't you think that'd be sweet? Oh, I think that'd be just the loveliest time. I hope she wears that blouse. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, I don't think maybe. Oh, okay, this is not a link. Okay, I understand. We won't be able to hear Miss Powell speak today. but maybe another day. I still owe you guys like a Sidney Powell parody video from like last year. Jordan Fisher reports on December 14th, 2021. Sidney Powell's new Christian right venture is a real who's who of conspiracy theorists, Islamophobes, YouTube prophets, and Republican also-rans. Let's take a look. Oh, I remember this. Be renewed. No, the renewal. I remember this. Oh, boy. So it's Powell. I can't read any of their names. Look, there's Mikey Lindell. There's somebody Christmas. Of course. There's Mr. Gomer Powell. There's Mr. Carson. He's not asleep, y'all. Calm down. He's not asleep. Let's see who else is on here. I can't really tell. I need my glasses. Hold on just a minute. Hold on. Let me just see. Who's on this list? Let's see. Well, there's Catherine Harris. I don't know who she is. Juan Pinzon. I don't know who he is. Rick Scarborough. I don't think that's that TV guy. David Bart. Frank Gaffney. Oh, I know his name. He's a real motherfucker. And let's see who else. Let's see. Jacob. I don't know him. Nope. I don't know him either. I don't know you either. Stephen Briggs. I've heard your name, but I don't really recognize you. Grant. Oh, there's Michelle Bachman. She's the crazy one. Don't look her straight in the eye. You might catch something. Okay, well then that's all the people I remember. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Worked on it a long time. Hi, Easily. Yes. Well, you might want to go back to bed. No, I'm just kidding. Little Louis Gohmert. Never forget that Louis Gohmert, an apparent Christo-fascist, decided to rile up MAGAs based on a tweet from some rando that another rando told him about. I was told there was a tweet. Oh, the Seidel servers. Oh. I was told there was a tweet from Germany that the U.S. Army has gone in and seized the Seidel servers. Why are we talking about this? Okay. Oh, okay. Louis Gohmert singing to Family Research Council President Tony Perkins. Oh, God. Here we go.
Thanks so much for joining us. Welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, Tony. Always good to talk to you, and especially on your birthday.
Well, thank you. We were talking about that earlier with Congressman Jordan when he was on.
Well, did he sing for you?
No, he didn't sing.
This is your birthday song. It doesn't last too long. Hey, happy birthday.
That's very good. Thank you, Louis.
That's really good, Louis. Okay, that's fantastic. What an amazing person you are. Okay. It's your birthday song. Temu Traders, Carla, yes. Anyone could launder launder mine into those orgs through crowdfunding. Yes, that's true. Anyone could. There could be a GoFundMe. There could be a Give, Send, Go. There could be a million things. There could be, the local hunting club. Like, there could be just like all kinds of ways to get money to those groups. And don't forget that people like Stuart Rhodes and kind of the national leaders of those groups, they were very well connected. Very well connected. So that's really might be, I don't know what the national network of Proud Boys looks like if there's a structure where somehow money gets to different chapters, but that it'd be worth, I wonder, that's a great question. Has anyone really looked into that? I'm sure someone has. Ouch. Here we go. Right Wing Watch. Religious activist Tony Perkins says that men were created, this is from May 2021, men were created to be warriors for Christ, and complains that when he says stuff like that, critics accuse him of trying to take over the world, then admits, yeah, we are. Here we go.
We should be, happy warriors. We were created for this. It wasn't like this is just something that
community
happens to
theater,
fall upon us
community
at
television.
This moment. We were created to be warriors for Christ, especially as men. We're to lead our families as warriors. Now, that terminology has been, maligned by the culture that we're, these, Christian warriors from a standpoint of we're trying to take over the world. Yeah, we are. The kingdom.
Yeah, from a
the
spiritual
kingdom of God.
aspect.
We want to see everyone come to the fullness of the gospel of Jesus Christ and experience the abundant life. And that means we're going to have to wage warfare. We're going to have to, and it's not physical warfare. It's not
Oh
the
yeah.
weapons of our
No.
warfare. As
No.
Brent said, they're not carnal, but they're
No.
spiritual for the
No.
tearing down of strongholds.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't make any apologies about that.
Just
In fact, we
thoughts.
should embrace it.
Yeah.
That God has entrusted us with this generation to be courageous for Him in taking truth and light into dark places where deception reigns, so that men, women, and
About
children
finish a
can
wall.
know Him and experience
Go
not
build
only
me a house.
eternal life,
Make
but
me
the
a
fullness
sandwich.
of life right
Warrior.
here and now.
Warrior, come out and play. All right, so that's good old. That's the head of the Family Research Council, Tony Perkins, who was a little upset. It's just spiritual. Don't get it twisted. Nobody's going to get hurt. I mean, except for the devil. It's a nice Christian warfare. Yeah, you can sense what crimes he's guilty of. Yes. That's Tony Perkins. He's the head of the Family Research Council and all kinds of things. Like, he's been ahead of a lot of things. So he's pretty much all kinds of stuff. Oh, wall builders. There you go. Wall builders. There you go. Here we go. Louis Gomer and Charlie Kirk spoke at Wall Builders, too. Again, Wall Builders is run by David Barton, a Seven Mountains Dominionist who opposes the separation of church and state. Wall Builders is an interesting organization. I know that Jenny's done a lot of work on them. Gal has some work on them. They are very interesting. Okay, let's see. Whoops. Did I blow it? Uh-oh. Thread upon thread upon thread upon thread. Oh, wait. Did I miss? Did I fuck up? I did, kind of. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. And then Loudermilk. If this is Rep Loudermilk, and it looks like it is, he's in with Seven Mountains Dominions too. Wall Builders was funded by David Barton of Seven Mountains, blah, blah, blah. He's also director of United in Purpose. I mean, this is... Loudermilk tried to make Barton the chairman of the president's 1776 advisory committee. Remember that? That was in response to the 1691 project. They came up with the 1776 project. Oh, Joe Dempsey too. He's amazing. Let's see. So Loudermilk tried to make Barton the chairman of the president's 1776 advisory committee by circulating a letter to congressional colleagues recommending him. Low T went a slightly different, albeit just as nauseating way. Okay. Well, sorry. I'm not very smooth on this, how to draw all this together. Oh, I didn't know the Wall Builders was the Black Robe Regiment, too. I did not know that. Charlie Kirk reminds me one of those bobbing heads. He is kind of that. Am I in the wrong thread? I am in the wrong thread. What the fuck? Can I just knock myself off here? Okay. I think I got like distracted and then I moved on to another. Jesus Christ. Okay. You know what? Okay. I must have just gone down another fucking hell. I can't stand these threads. I'm sorry. Keeping them straight is... I know they're numbered. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Evangelical. Let's go back. Evangelical Crusader Michael Ferris. Oh, my God. So many people boasted last year that he's the guy who led the Alliance Defending Freedom through the season where we were responsible for much of the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe. His next goal is rewriting the U.S. Constitution. I just want to hear this.
For much. But I led ADF through the season where we were responsible for much
brain
of the Dobbs decision. We drafted the law for the state of Mississippi that led to the Dobbs decision. We did all kinds of legal work for them all through the process. We were co-counsel. We were asked to be quiet,
Thank you, Max.
silent co-counsel, and we did it. We didn't care who got the credit. We just wanted the job done. We want. And I will praise Lynn Fitch as long as I live for making the courageous decision to not ask for a partial victory, but to ask the Supreme Court to reverse Roe versus Wade. She was the one who did that. Yeah.
They think this is a good thing. They think stripping rights away from people to maintain their own bodies is a good thing. We disagree fundamentally. I mean, I don't, like, this has to be it has to be settled in the policy, and there has to be protections. All right, here we go. Back to our topic. Paxton's lawsuit was ghostwritten by evangelical lawyer Michael Ferris, a mentor of Jenna Ellis. What? Oh, Jesus. Who was also part of the 1776 Commission. He led the Alliance Defending Freedom until recently. And the ADF is the one who's, Roe, all that kind of stuff. Trump put Ferris on his... Am I back in the problem area again? No, I'm not. Am I? Oh, wait. Am I? No. Evangelical, who helped lead the effort? Okay.
So the first is the right to life. And our goal is to see that life is safeguarded. That means automatically, of course, that we're working today. We work constantly on Roe versus Wade being reversed. But that's not the ultimate goal. It's a big interim goal, a huge interim goal. But that will just return the issue to the states. And so our goal is for the right to life to be protected from conception until natural death in all 50 states. And we have a plan on how that's going to work. And it will take time after Roe versus Wade to do that. We'll start off with about 11 to 12 states that will be pro-life immediately, and then with a little bit of work, we can get another 10 or 12 states to join that. And with a little more work, we think we can get up to around 30 states that are pro-life by the normal processes. And then we think we'll have the political power at that stage to move to a federal constitutional amendment and move to all 50 states being protected. So
he's high. He's high. He's just a high motherfucker. He's just a high bitch. Let me see. This is another Lever News, buying elections. I actually kind of want to see this. Oh, so this is the lawsuit. Okay. Oops, sorry. No, I'm not. A lawsuit pushed by conservative operatives with ties to Donald Trump, right-wing power broker Leonard Leo, and a hate group could make donations to dark money groups tax deductible. Such an outcome could further incentivize the massive surge of dark money flowing into politics, where there are already no limits on how much the rich and powerful can spend to influence elections. This is from September 6th, this article. Let me go ahead and put this article. Oops. Oh. I'll put that in the chat. Let me go back here. What? Wait, who's this? No. Okay, so it turns out that found the case, and Jenny quote tweeted him. Got quote tweeted by the Cohn. Where? Why isn't... Oh, here we go. There we are. And I think did I have this? I think I had this in my... Maybe I don't. Oh, I do have it in my bookmarks because stars blue. You got the... Yes. Well, yet again, hit the big time. Musician, analyst, finder of documents. Hey, man. If it was hard to find, I'm glad you found it. Let me see if I can make it bigger, because this is what I'm really curious about. Okay, so thank you, Jenny, for that background. Let's see what we can find here. There is no way to end abortion, legal, safe abortion. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Abortion doesn't stop. All right, Carla, go do that 65%. That's a lot, actually. They're lucky. They're lucky. Okay, so this is complaint for declaratory. This is the lawsuit that is being discussed. Okay, 8/28/2024. The Internal Revenue Code prohibits only one class of nonprofit from communicating their views about political candidates, those organized under 501c3. This is the result of language added to the IRC in 1954 and known widely as the Johnson Amendment. I know. This is the result of language added to the... In general, this section prohibits such nonprofits from supporting or opposing candidates for public office, including making statements about such candidates. All for-profit corporations and all nonprofits organized and under any other section of the IRC can freely speak their views about political candidates in accordance with free speech clause, blah, blah, blah. Other kinds of nonprofits are free to speak about political candidates, even though such organizations are exempt from federal income tax and obtain the bulk of their income from revenue that is tax deductible to the donor of the organization, usually as business expenses. Churches are placed in a unique and discriminatory status by the IRC. You know, I'm going to stop here because here's what I as a regular nonprofit under like a social services nonprofit, I could not make any political statements. Okay? We could not endorse a candidate or any of that stuff. It was prohibited under IRS code. And that is the bulk of the nonprofits in this country. So, says, I'll give Ms. Cohn the pass for her excellent work, but there is no excuse for the major journalists that publish stories about this case and all failed to provide the link. Yeah, I know. I hate it when they don't provide the link. I really like reading the original document. It's so much more helpful. Okay. Yeah, I actually, as a nonprofit leader, I couldn't advocate for a political candidate. There was lines about that. You know, I wasn't an advocacy group. Advocacy is under 501c4. It's not under the 501c3 code. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be really careful. Anyway. Bye, Jen. Are you leaving? Oh, Jen, I love you. Oh, no, you're saying bye to Carla. Sorry. I'm so dumb. Look at me trying to keep up with the chat. I'm glad you're staying, Jen. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Usually, okay. Churches are placed in a unique and discriminatory status by the IRC. Under 508c1 of the IRC, churches need not apply to the Internal Revenue Service to obtain recognition of their 501c3 status. The IRC places them automatically within the ambit of the 501c3 and thereby silences their speech. Okay, listen. Let me tell you something. If you're going to tell me that churches don't have to file a 990, then they can't do this, okay? Because on a 990, you have to list your donations over, I don't know if it's 50,000 or 5,000. I can't remember what the limit is. You have to list your top donors on your 990. If the churches are bitching about the fact that not only that they can't, promote a particular candidate, they're asking for special treatment among nonprofits. They're asking for special treatment because if they want to, first of all, if they want to do that, then they need to become an advocacy organization under a different code of the IRS. And they need to submit a 990 every year, which is the IRS, tax return, basically, for a nonprofit. So save me your bullshit, we want to be treated differently. You already are. You're already given. Do you know how much work I have to hire people that, I had people who were accountants that would come in and help us do our 990. You know what I mean? Like, those are complex. Oh, this makes me so mad. Makes me so... Okay, I'm going to stop. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. The The IRC places them automatically within the ambit of a 501c3 and thereby silences their speech while providing no realistic alternative for operating in any other fashion. Yeah, you could become a 501c4 and thereby, okay. Churches have no choice. They are automatically silenced vis-a-vis. Yeah, is Gap one of the mountains? Are the generally acceptable accounting principles part of the dominions? I don't think so. Hello. We can't be godly and accountants at the same time. Hello. Hundreds of newspapers are organized under 501c3, and yet many openly endorse political candidates. Their editorial boards do. I don't know how that works. I don't think, actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? What? Others make statements about political candidates that constitute forbidden statements under the IRS's interpretation of the statutory prohibition against supporting or opposing candidates. Yeah, well, they're going to get in trouble if they come out as an organization that is not allowed to support a candidate and does. Okay, so fuck off. Plaintiffs believe that nonprofit newspapers have a clear constitutional right to make such endorsements or statements. Plaintiffs simply contend that they should have the same. Whatever. The IRS has formally recognized the right of college newspapers owned by colleges that are 501c3 nonprofits to publish endorsements for political candidates. Rev rule, something blar. While plaintiffs contend that such newspapers should have such a right under the First Amendment, it is a denial of equal protection to interpret Section 501c3 to allow college newspapers to endorse candidates while prohibiting nonprofits like plaintiffs from doing the same. But you're not a regular nonprofit. You don't file a 990, so you're not regular at all, bitch. Many 501c3 organizations engage in electoral activities that are open, obvious, and well known, yet the IRS allows some, but not all, such organizations to do so without penalty. Again, plaintiffs believe that such churches have the constitutional right to engage in such participation. They simply want the same right for themselves. Why is this so hard? Why is this so hard for you to understand? The IRS operates in a manner that disfavors conservative organizations. Oh, really? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? So Andorra, Monaco, and Liechtenstein. Max, but they're only battling. Well, don't forget, the world of sin either. They're battling that too. Anyway. Okay. The IRS operates in a manner that, disfavors conservative. Yeah, they're really liberal. Yeah, those fucking IRS agents, they're like, are you going to lunch, dear Susan? If you're going, wear a flower in your hair. Are they rocking around singing like 60s anthems or something? I don't know what's going on. The church keeps stalling Australia's Online Misinformation Act. They want to be excused from spreading misinformation. I'm sorry, you can't say that God exists anymore because that's misinformation. Some plaintiffs do not want to formally endorse or oppose political candidates. However, all plaintiffs desire to communicate their views about their candidates' positions that are relevant to the issues plaintiffs care about. What's so hard about that? They would do so but for the Johnson Amendment. And the IRS operates in a manner whereby the plaintiffs are in jeopardy of punishment if they forthrightly say that a candidate's positions are unbiblical or that another candidate's positions are consonant with biblical teaching. That's all we want to do is malign people. What are you telling us now? The plaintiff's speech is clearly chilled in this regard because they are not free to proclaim their views on the issues of the day and then compare their views with the views of the candidates on those same issues. Yet countless other entities are similarly situated to face no such restrictions by law, in some cases, or in practice others. Plaintiffs have no adequate legal alternative to vindicate their rights to freely speak other than this proceeding. It is inappropriate to require them to disobey IRC rules and or the interpretation of the IRC, as doing so requires them to risk their tax-exempt status if they're... Well, was that the answer? Did someone just go ahead and tell them, oh, just break the law. Was that the advice they got? Because that doesn't seem like real advice. I don't think that sounds like real advice. Render unto Caesar your power. Plaintiffs do not contend that the limitation on lobbying activity violates the First Amendment, nor do they contend that their inability to directly donate to political candidates violates their First Amendment rights. Rather, they only seek a declaratory judgment that they may use their regular means of communication to expound their views concerning political candidates who seek to represent them. That's all. Plaintiffs seek no relief from the operation of the Johnson Amendment outside of this context. So wait a minute. So they're not asking to be able to make political contributions. So what was the money thing? What's the money thing if they can't actually make contributions? Is it just that, like, I don't understand. I mean, I understand why it's a problem. I'm not saying that, but I'm missing something because I thought the issue here was that they also wanted to pass money through. So maybe I'm confused. Plaintiffs contend that the Johnson Amendment, as written and as applied by the IRS, violates the First Amendment's free speech clause, free exercise clause, the Fifth Amendment's due process clause, void for vagueness, and the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause, Equal Protection, and the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. As with all fundamental rights, deprivation of those rights is irreparable injury. Jurisdiction, okay. This court has the authority to grant such relief to plaintiffs under the Declaratory Judgment Act, Constitution, blah, 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 equitable powers. The court has the subject matter jurisdiction because it arises under the U.S. Constitution and federal law. This court has subject matter. Is this the one that's gone to Kazmarek? This is the one that's gone to the district judge in Texas where there's only one district judge in this particular area. So all the cases that are assigned to this court basically go to him. He is the judge shopping for Texas. Kazmarek. So let's see. The court has jurisdiction. An actual controversy exists between the parties. Venue is proper. Defendants are an officer of the United States. Plaintiff Sand Springs Church is located in Athens, Texas. First Baptist Church Wascom is located in Wascom, Texas. Both churches are located within the Eastern District. Sand Springs Church is located within the Tyler Division. Oh, you don't think so? Okay. Venue is proper within this district under blah. Okay. Let's see. Plaintiff National Religious Broadcasters is a nonprofit corporation with tax-exempt status under 501c3. NRB is located in D.C. Sand Springs Church, First Baptist Church Wascom, Intercessors for America. Oh, why you deferred to Hive Mind. Got it. Intercessors for America is located in Purcellville, Virginia. Defendant Danny Werfel is the commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service. Kazmarek is in the northern. Oh, he's in the North District. Okay, sorry. This is the Eastern Division. Okay, my mistake. I'm getting some cases confused, probably. Let's see. He is the commissioner of the IRS. He has the responsibility of enforcing the tax laws, and he is sued solely in his official capacity. Defendant also is the IRS as an agency. And standing, the plaintiffs have suffered injury in fact. Wait, let me make sure that I don't. Okay. Okay. This case arises under the First Amendment, and plaintiff's central claim is that their right to speak freely about political candidates and issues are being improperly chilled by the Johnson Amendment as written and as enforced by the IRS. They are subject to sanction by the IRS for any violation of the Johnson Amendment. Standing rules are relaxed for the First Amendment cases so that citizens whose speech might be otherwise chilled by fear of sanction can prospectively seek relief. The First Amendment challenge has unique standing issues because of the chilling effect, self-censorship, and in fact, the very special nature of political speech itself. It is not hard to sustain standing for a pre-enforcement challenge in the highly sensitive area of public regulations governing bedrock political speech. None of the plaintiffs have heretofore violated the Johnson Amendment. Sure they have. Properly similar forum shopping. Yes, I would imagine. I just think Kaczmarek is unique in that he is the single judge, I guess, in that district. I don't know. But this is so, Texas is so fascinating. In pre-enforcement cases alleging a violation of the First Amendment's free speech clause, the Supreme Court has recognized that chilled speech or self-censorship is an injury sufficient to confer standing. Okay. Because plaintiffs' intended future conduct concerns political speech, it is certainly affected with the Okay, so they're just establishing that there is a real injury, and they now face, more chilling of their speech and wah. We can't be hateful bigots. Why won't you let us? Plaintiffs have suffered an injury in that they have an intention to engage in a course of conduct arguably affected with the constitutional interest. Their intended future conduct is prescribed by the Johnson Amendment, and the threat of future enforcement of the Johnson Amendment is substantial as outlined herein. The text of the Johnson Amendment and its enforcement by the defendants, as described more particularly below, are the causes of the chilling of plaintiff's speech and the other constitutional violations as alleged. I think I'm going to try and get to the meat of the matter. The Johnson is enforced by the IRS. Is their ability to enforce the Johnson Amendment impacted by Chevron's decision in the Supreme Court? Does anyone have an opinion about that? I wonder. Let's see. All right. So this is the actual section of 501c3. Corporations and any community trust fund foundation organized and operated exclusively for religious, charitable, scientific testing for public safety, blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God. No part of the net earnings of which ensures to the benefit of any private shareholder. So basically, any nonprofit. Okay. Which inures to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual, no substantial part of the activities of which is carrying on propaganda or otherwise attempting to influence legislation, except as otherwise provided in subsection H, and this is added, and which does not participate in or intervene, including the publishing or distributing of statements, any political campaign on behalf of or in opposition to any candidate for public office. So, as someone who was a nonprofit leader for over 20 years, the amendment is not an agency action. IRS interpretation of the amendment could be. Right. See, that's what I was wondering. So I, as someone who ran nonprofits and was responsible for, compliance and reporting and things like that, it was really... we thought very much about the Johnson Amendment. In fact, every time we created communications, I worked a lot in social services. I then, at the end of my time in nonprofit, worked to help a climate organization. That was a topic of discussion a lot. Okay. Nonprofits, even the small ones, I worked for small nonprofits and large. Even that, we took this very seriously. We took very seriously the fact that we couldn't be seen as advocating for a particular candidate or I just really feel like it's disgusting to me. I don't know. I took those responsibilities really seriously, and I just can't fucking believe. Well, okay, I can, because they're churches and it's not the same thing. This appears so far to challenge the amendment under constitutional rights arguments and not the IRS interpretation under the Administrative Procedures Act. That's interesting. That's interesting. The bolded language in said statute was added by Senator Lyndon Johnson in 1954, although it was amended later. This portion of the section is widely known as the Johnson Amendment, and it is the portion that is challenged in this litigation. Insofar as this section prohibits nonprofit organizations organized under 501c3 from speaking freely about political candidates, it is a violation of the First Amendment's protection of freedom of speech. The political speech prohibited is core protected speech. Okay, so that's really what they're... Oh, yeah, they haven't. The plaintiffs are saying they haven't, participated in any of that. So whatever. We haven't done it, though. Just so you know, Your Honor. We haven't done any of that. We're fine. Don't worry about us. It just means that this is a direct result of Loper Keys. Okay. Yeah. Each plaintiff is constrained from speaking freely about political candidates. Okay, so they're acknowledging that they are subject to. It just means that this is not a direct result. Not a result of, what's Loper Key? I don't know what that is. I'm having one of those brain mornings. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure you're right. Let's see. Okay, so this is just going out. It is the case that, Loper Keys. Okay, I'm so sorry. It's the case that overturned Chevron. I'm sorry. It just means that this is not. Oh, yeah. No, I understand that this is not, but I just wonder if it's impacted about that. Thank you. That makes perfect sense now. That's the case that overturned Chevron. Yeah, thank you so much. You're right. Two different things. For example, the National Religious I'm kind of skipping through some of this detail, so I apologize. The link, I will put the link to this in the chat. Hold on. Let me actually do that now before I forget, because otherwise I'm going to be, I don't want you to have to wait. So hold on. I'm going to open the chat. Yeah, I'm going to open the chat. Wait, where am I? There I am. Okay. And then I'm going to open the chat. Where's my chat? There it is. Thank you. Is that working? Oh, shit. Well, wait, let me just do this. Okay, I think it's all fitting now. Okay. There's the link to what I'm reading right now. Right, you're right. They're two different cases, but I get what you're saying. Some Loper Keys overturned Chevron, so yeah. Okay, so thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right, let me go back. Let me go back to my little grass shagging like Luke one. Where the boop 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 boop. Okay. Each plaintiff desires the freedom, blah blah blah. Who doesn't? Who doesn't want that freedom? The wind in their hair. For example, the NRB, the National Religious Broadcasters, can't imagine, is engaged in a major effort in Congress to ensure that automobile manufacturers do not eliminate AM radios from their cars and trucks. What? Haven't Trump and others openly campaigned on abolishing? Yes. In fact, he tried to. We didn't have a whole show on it, but one of my Wake and Bakes was about the Johnson Amendment, courtesy of Gal. So we talked about the Johnson Amendment in some great detail in the past. They want to eliminate AM radios from the cars and trucks. What? Members of Congress have taken positions on their support or opposition to the NRB position on this issue. NRB desires to communicate such information to its members to encourage them to remember this fact when voting. However, because of the Johnson Amendment and the uncertainty surrounding its enforcement, Plaintiff NRB is unable to encourage its members of the public to vote for congressional candidates who support AM radio or to vote against candidates who side with the automobile manufacturers. Yet, automobile manufacturers are free to publicly support or oppose candidates based on their positions on this or any other issue of interest to them. Plaintiff's speech has been chilled in this and countless other similar manners. I don't hear anybody asking about radios in cars, but okay, that's fine. All plaintiffs are Christian organizations that embrace a biblical worldview, which includes the belief that every aspect of life is subject to the jurisdiction and standards of God, as set forth in, that's right, you guessed it, the Holy Bible. Yeah, luckily we can still communicate that via this very filing. Yes, exactly. And here we did it. We just did it. There are no areas of life that are outside of God and His standards. This includes political issues. To faithfully carry out each of their respective ministries, each plaintiff believes it has a duty before God to teach what the Word of God says about every issue of life, and to apply such teaching in practical ways rather than speaking in merely theoretical terms. In fact, the book of James teaches that it is a sin for a person to know the right thing to do but fail to do it. James 4:17. Moreover, Moreover, the book of Hosea, I don't know if I said that right, teaches that Israel was punished for setting up kings and making princes without God permission. Hosea 8:4 and Deuteronomy 7:14 at whatever. God set forth standards for choosing kings of Israel. The people were taught to choose kings who did not deviate either to the right or the left of God's standards. They're firmly on the right. Don't worry about it. Although these passages were written literally to the nation of Israel in the Old Testament, the New Testament teaches that all Scripture is given by God and is profitable for enabling every believer to do good works. 2 Timothy 3:16. Plaintiffs believe this means the prescriptions of the Old Testament concerning the duty to follow God's standards in the selection of a political leader are applicable by principle to Christians today. Yeah. Accordingly, plaintiffs believe that every Christian has a duty to vote in accordance with the standards of God's will. Accordingly, plaintiffs believe that I just read that again. Plaintiffs believe they have a duty to teach the full counsel of the Word of God and to declare when candidates have deviated from the right or the left of God's standards. Plaintiffs cannot do so without fear of punishment from the IRS. But for the Johnson Amendment and its arbitrary enforcement, each plaintiff would engage in speech that clearly states the positions of candidates on issues, while at the same time teaching the standards of the Word of God on such issues. This comparison, the standards of the Word of God vis-a-vis the position of candidates on the same issues, is deemed by the IRS to constitute support or opposition to candidates in violation of the Johnson Amendment. Yeah, this is a legal filing. This is a case. Let's see. IRS's arbitrary and capricious enforcement of the Johnson Amendment. I'm not going to go through all the way they don't hold any editorial boards. I do see arguable precedent. I do. I don't think the profit part was really... The profits don't present... says. I sort of see arguable precedent from the laws. I do not see the prophets establishing any binding precedent. Their whole posture is protest. Oh, that's brilliant. That's good. That wins. That's right. The prophets don't establish precedent. Okay, so this is all about newspapers and why do they get to have editorials? Why? Thus, The Lenfest Institute is a 501c3 organization. Oh, this is when nonprofits own newspapers. Organization that uses its money to fund the publication of the Inquirer. The Inquirer in Philadelphia, in turn, regularly issues formal endorsements. Almost always members of the Democratic Party. Now, why? Yeah, because they pay taxes. I mean, but if they're nonprofits, they don't. But at this, okay, so, but if an institute, I'm going to tell you right now, here's what I think. Yes. Okay, so what they say, the Lenfest Institute uses its nonprofit resources to publish a newspaper that endorses political candidates. Despite its elaborate corporate structure, there is no doubt that a nonprofit, no, that's not, there is doubt. Okay. Actually, there's probably some serious walls between the nonprofit and the paper. Okay. There's ways to do, this is not a side issue for nonprofits, people. I'm telling you that. I ran a small nonprofit and it was on your mind. So you cannot tell me that any nonprofit leader worth their salt isn't thinking about avoiding conflict of interest or creating a structure that satisfies the IRS that conflict has been addressed. So you can't tell me that. I would want to see proof of that. The angle, different treatment of similarly situated parties. Right, but they may not be similarly situated. You know what I mean? Like, they may be similar in only the fact that they have 501c3. There may be other things that are in place that remove the conflict with the Johnson Amendment. Yeah, exactly. Question of fact. Yeah. I mean, it either is or it isn't. And there's ways to, I don't know. I feel like this is actually something nonprofits think about a lot more than, this is given credit to. But whatever. I don't know. The Positive Futures Network is an organization that owns Yes Media, which publishes Yes Magazine. This online news source endorsed Bernie Sanders for president in 2016 and explicitly said a Trump presidency would be a climate disaster. And guess what? They were right. Womp womp. Okay, so yeah, I understand. Witness LA is an online newspaper, solicits tax-deductible contributions through community partners, our fiscal sponsor. Again, fiscal sponsors are very different. Fiscal sponsors are very different. I also worked for a fiscal sponsor. They're very different. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Real news okay. Okay, I need to just remove my brain. Okay. Real News Project, a 501c3 organization that publishes Who, What, Why, an online newspaper. It takes a position on elections that clearly violates the Johnson Amendment's prohibitions on making statements that support or oppose candidates. For example, in the run-up to the 2016, the Who, What, Why published a long anti-Donald Trump article, which included the following. Like it or not, Trump is as much an American as Martin Luther King. If it hadn't been for people like Trump in the past, there would have been no need for people like King. You cannot wash racism, ignorance, and demagoguery out of American history. It is fatuous to say Trump is not who we are. He is who many of us were in the era of slavery and lynching, and who many of us are in the era of police shootings and Islamophobia. All I can say about Trump is what Mark Twain is alleged to have said about the Jews. Jews are a part of the human race. Worse than that, I cannot say of them. The fears Trump stokes are our own. Democracy is ever at risk from demagogues who would be strongmen. The test is whether we succumb to their blandishments or whether we offer allegiance to those who summon what Abraham Lincoln called the better angels of our nature. In the run-up to the 2024 election, it published, and I'm glad they're giving all this airtime to Who, What, Why. It's like that with Trump. Obviously, people should be afraid of a malignant narcissist who leads a cult of heavily armed, gullible idiots. That's a scary prospect, and it's going to be a problem for as long as he is around. As a result, the danger he poses to democracy, blah, 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 blah. The IRS allowed this to proceed unhindered. Again, I would really just ask about there I'm going to tell you right now. Oh man. These organizations create 990s. Okay? They file 990s, and that actually lists their program activities on it too, to the IRS. To the IRS. Okay. Let's see. Growing Community Media is an organization that publishes Wednesday Journal of Oak Park and River Forest, so it's a community organizing. Publishes many anti-Trump articles. Okay, whatever. And then these guys did it. And then these guys did it. And then these guys did it. Blah. And then they did. Look at these guys. They did it too. And they endorsed Stacey Abrams. Damn it. And then these people did it. They're a media organization, but who cares? Forward Associate, they publish an online news source. Well, that's dumb. Street Sense Media, dumb. Stocktonia News Group, dumb. San Antonio Report, dumb. Patagonia Regional Times, super dumb. Kentucky Center for Public Service Journalism, whatevers. National Catholic Reporter, dumb. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they're dumb. And then they were dumb again. And then Foundation for National Progress, my ass, they're dumb too. Oh, the Isthmus Community Media, don't get me started. Midwest Center for Investigative Reporting, what? Oh, they're an actual medium. Oh my God. In These Times is another one. Jesus. I mean, really. Highway 58 Herald is ridiculous and difficult to say. High Country News, they are high. El Tecolote, that's foreign. Why don't they speak English? Latino Media Collaborative, that's not American. I'm trying to be funny. It's not very funny. I'm trying to be funny. Hi, Cash App. The IRS has issued a private letter ruling considered the student newspaper at Northwestern University. That's right. Get those kids. Those meddling kids and their their student papers. Crazy. The IRS determined that a student newspaper funded by a university operating did not violate the Johnson Amendment by virtue of the publication of endorsements for political. Okay, well then they did. They looked at it. I guess it didn't break the rule. On July 7th, oh, here we go. Democratic campaign activity in churches. Well, they get to go to church and talk about stuff, but why don't we get... On July 7th, Joe Biden was the featured speaker at Mount Airy Church of God in Christ in Philadelphia. There's no doubt that this visit crossed the line established by the Johnson Amendment in multiple respects. Bye, GP. Have a good night. Sweet dreams, my dear. Thanks for stopping in. I love you. I'll see you later, alligator. There is no doubt that this visit crossed the line established by the Johnson Amendment. The church's board member leading prayer asked for God's blessing on Biden in unobjectionable ways, but then said, "Oh God, bless each and every voter to get out and vote, to get out the vote, Jesus." That seems, isn't that okay? And later in the same prayer concerning the people in the congregation, help us to know what is going on politically so that we can make the right decision. Isn't that okay, though? Like, okay. All right, here we go. Let's go on. The church's pastor delivered a lengthy sermon that laced numerous discussions about President Biden with various scriptural passages, stories, and illustrations. The pastor began a series of comparisons between Biden and Trump, although the name Trump was never spoken. There was no doubt of his meaning in any of these instances. That's right. We know what he was saying. We know that he really was disregarding our candidate. The pastor said, if this president doesn't sell Bibles, he actually reads the Bible. This was a statement that clearly communicated that President Biden reads the Bible. a favorable fact. Not for everybody. While former President Trump merely sells Bibles, an unfavorable fact. I fucking love this. I fucking love this. Oh, that's fucking funny. You're funny. You're funny, Ken Paxton. Oh my God. The pastor said, we need to challenge the notion that there are people on the conservative side of the political perspective who are right. We need to challenge that notion because you can't kill police officers on January 6th and be right. Our president is a man of love, a man of compassion. Regarding the pandemic, this man who brought us back to health, don't get amnesia and forget it was this man who took an economy that was on the ropes and brought us back to prosperity. We pray for you. We love you, President Biden. Be encouraged. Again, the pastor compared Biden and Trump in the June 2024 debate. Our president is a man of vision and integrity, and since our president is right, let us correct the record. The notion that a few days ago the debate was he was accused of never having fired anybody. He fired the one who accused him of never firing anybody. Let's see. Like who would win in a brawl? Yes, I keep thinking someone should ask Trump which is his favorite member of the Trinity. I want to ask him if he knows who the Holy Ghost is. Because I was always confused by that, all right? I was always confused. Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. I was like, well, but wait a minute. Who the fuck's the Holy Ghost? We got the Father and the Son. I get that. If this gets to SCOTUS, we're fucked. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt, Max. No doubt. No doubt. The pastor said, let the record show the election of 2020 was not stolen. What did happen was a call to Atlanta, Georgia to find me 11,000 votes. I think he's just stating fact. No, I don't know. I feel like there are definitely ways to interpret speeches. And if this pastor broke the law, well, then they should be in trouble too. I don't mind if other people get in trouble. Okay. I really don't mind. I really don't. 75% will be wrong. We'll bet that wrong. We'll get that wrong. Oh, okay. The pastor said, I don't know why you want to make an issue of the president and his condition with stammering and not being able to bring forth words at certain times while another person lies fluently and you never challenge his lies. In a sequence where the pastor challenged the lies of Trump and his political party, the pastor said implicitly concerning his political party, you are not the party of law. We are the party of law. We are the party of right. We are the party of law. We are the party of respect. We are the party of reconciliation. We have the big tent. We have genuine love for America. The pastor closed his sermon with a lengthy analogy between Joseph, the coat of many colors in the book of Genesis, and Joseph Biden. This long sequence was laced with the pastor leading the congregation in a chant of Go Joseph, sometimes referring to the Old Testament hero and sometimes referring to President Biden. In this final sequence, the pastor closed his sermon saying, you have a dream, I have a dream. The president has a dream of keeping America safe for 4 more years, a dream of keeping democracy safe, a dream of giving us prosperity, a dream of keeping us in peace, a dream of reducing hatred, racism, sexism, and bigotry. Joseph has a dream. If Joseph could get out of the pit, if Jesus could get out of the pit, President Biden is coming back. He's a fighter. He's a champion. He's the comeback kid. Hallelujah. Let us pray. President Biden's speech was a mixture of some scripture verses, spiritual sayings, and clear political messaging on issues like student loans, the economy. He ended his speech by admonishing the congregation that he and the congregation should continue to work together. The church service and other church services like it that promote Democratic candidates are not challenged or limited in any fashion by the IRS. So then on January 8th, he went to the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston. He was introduced by Rep. Jim Clyburn. Yeah, he's winning this. Clyburn praised his efforts to forgive student loans. They call me Trinity. Sir, we all know your faith. Hope and love are important. Which do you think is the greatest? Let's see. Asked the crowd who they wanted to oversee a program of student loan, Biden or Trump. Trump doesn't even want the program. Condemned Trump nominees on the Supreme Court for reversing Roe v. Wade. Praised President Biden for planning to preserve abortion rights. Said, it is with great pride that I present to you the man best qualified, the man totally committed to making every American a part of the American dream. The congregation responded with chants of 4 more years. Biden discussed several standard political issues such as health care and economic achievements, lacing his comments with statements like Trump is a loser. Biden ended his remarks with a statement that there is much work yet to be done and we have to keep the faith. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff about that. Damn. I don't know. Trump just went to that church in Detroit and did the same thing. I mean, is that really what Trinity is? John Lithgow. Trinity is Carrie Moss. Okay. Carrie Ann Moss is Trinity. Period. That's it. Can Trump step into a church without quakes or fire? But here's the thing. I mean, I appreciate the distinction they're drawing, because if you're going to make it that, no political speech whatsoever in a church, I understand. I mean, but if the IRS has also looked at this, pretty sure it is several colleges. Yeah, that's true. There's many Trinities. But it is Carrie Ann Moss. I'm sorry. Okay. That's it. Let's see. May 19th. These are just all the instances of when people within churches said stuff about Democrats that was great and said, we're choosing. We don't like Trump. Blah, blah, blah. We can't stand it. Agreement with... Wait. I just want to see this. On September 15th, Joe Biden, while a presidential candidate, spoke for about 20 minutes at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, as the church commemorated the bombing in 1963. Guest speaker Reverend Dr. Ruth Naomi Segras delivered the sermon. She spoke on the story of Job, then transitioned to the Black experience during segregation in America, and then to the racism of the present day. Keep the story alive, she said. A young singer in the church sang a gospel song, and then Biden took the pulpit. His remarks included the following. Agreement with Segras that racism is still alive and that we need to fix it. Now hate is on the rise again. We're at a defining moment in American history. I know there is nothing we can't accomplish if we stand together. Stand against hate. Stand for what at best our nation believes. Honesty, decency, treating everyone with dignity and respect. Giving everyone a fair shot. Leaving nobody behind. Giving hate no safe harbor. Demonizing no one. And that's why I believe so passionately that we have got to work to bring this country together. So my prayer to all of us this morning is that in this moment when our nation must again once decide who we are and what we stand for, and will choose once more to fight for our shared American dream. This kind of promotion of democratic campaigns in churches goes unhindered by the IRS. Money, 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 money. Where would we be socially if The Matrix and V for Vendetta films had never been made? I don't know. I don't know. I liked V for Vendetta. That was a good movie. Let's see. June 15th, 2008. Whoa, Wayback Machine. Obama delivered the Father's Day sermon for Apostolic Church of God in Chicago. The pastor, Arthur Brazier, introduced the future President Obama as his good friend who changed the course of America. Barack Obama loves people and cares about the middle class in America and is a true patriot. Michelle Obama is an outstanding woman, a true patriot. I have known both of them for years and they love their country and they have been responsible for a monumental sea change in America. Agreed. Okay, so this is Obama's comments and how terrible. Oh, just how terrible. Oh, and then there's Hillary Clinton. We finally got to the real bitch. That's right. On March 13th, Hillary Clinton went to a church. It didn't fall down around her either. Okay, so there's a bunch of people who said things about Hillary Clinton, and then she said some shit, and it was all stuff. And there was no IRS agents running in that building. What's the matter? Okay, then she talked at this church. Oh my God, Hillary just won't shut up. Let's see. IRS targeting conservative nonprofits for unfavorable treatment. On October 26, 2017, U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, well, bless his heart, announced a settlement of 2 cases brought by groups of conservative political organizations against the IRS. His statement included the following. But it is now clear that during the last administration, the IRS began using inappropriate criteria. This is not true. To screen applications for 501c status. These criteria included names such as Tea Party, Patriots, or 912. 912. Or policy positions concerning government spending or taxes, education of the public to make America a better place to live, or statements criticizing how the country was being run. It is also clear these criteria disproportionately impacted conservative groups. How is it clear? Can you show me the data? As a result of these criteria, the IRS transferred hundreds of applications to a specifically designated group of IRS agents for additional levels of review. Yeah, it's called post 9/11 and the Patriot Act and all the shit that came down where we had to find out whose money it was. That happened. That happened. As a result of these criteria, the IRS transferred hundreds of applications to a specifically designated group of IRS agents for additional levels of review, questioning, and delay. In many instances, the IRS then requested highly sensitive information from applicants, such as donor information, which is really not unusual. Okay? I understand it might be unusual for churches who have never filed a 990, but I'm going to tell you, on your 990, you list your top donors. So you have to tell the IRS where you're getting your large donations from. Period. It's part of the form. Where would we... Okay, wait. Don't think showing some churches do it if doing it is what has been shown, and other churches are afraid to do it is a strong differential treatment argument. That's a good point. Enforcement against some churches and not others might. Yes, exactly. But I know they haven't brought up, like, they did it in this church and didn't get, slapped. We did it in our church. We got slapped. They're just afraid of themselves being slapped, right? But they're doing it. I mean, come on now. He was at that church in Detroit. Period. Just as one. Hey, Val. Oh, rain. Oh, a rainforest. Yum. Snuggly, buggly. Let's see. The IRS's use of these criteria as a basis for heightened scrutiny was wrong and should never have occurred. No, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, they're trying that now with the organization enforcement and screening, absolutely. But they didn't provide examples of where the IRS actually came down on, or anybody came down on them for their current activity. So, hello, you're not getting unequal. Actually, they're getting equal treatment, equal lack of treatment, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Okay, anyway, we'll see. We're about 2/3 of the way through. The IRS's use of these criteria as a basis for heightened scrutiny was wrong. It is improper for the IRS to single out groups for different treatment based on their names or ideological positions. Well, actually, that's not true, but okay. Any entitlement to tax exemption, because if you had like a terrorist organization, they would stop you, okay? That's what they do. Any entitlement to tax exemption should be based on the activities of the organization and whether they fulfill the requirements of the law, not the policy positions adopted by members or the name chosen to reflect those views. Well, then I've got bad news for Joel Osteen and the Scientology Church, because their activities are not in line with what they are required to do as a religious institution. So maybe they need to be looked at more closely. Let's see. On October 18th, Pastor Gary Hamrick of Cornerstone Chapel in Leesburg, Virginia, preached an election sermon urging here, maybe we're getting into the examples now, urging the congregation to vote and to vote consistent with the values set forth in the Bible. He compared the political platforms of the two major parties vis-a-vis their compatibility with the teachings of the Bible. Oh, I'm sure he did. Oh, I bet it was real academic. He clearly stated that the Republican platform was in greater alignment with the Bible than the Democratic platform. And though he explicitly said that people don't have to vote for Trump to be in compliance with the Bible's standards, he made it clear that a vote for a Democratic candidate would be unbiblical. Okay. All right. Okay. Listen. This is why the Johnson Amendment partially exists, is because he's telling people, if you don't vote for Trump, you're a sinner. If you vote for a Democrat, you are not aligned with the Bible. That's a different message than what we heard from the prior statements about the Democrats. Somewhat. It wasn't claiming that if you voted for Trump, you would be against God. But in this case, it's if you vote for a Democrat, you are against God. That's a difference. Vote for Kamala and confess. Confess your sin. Confess your sin. Yeah, this is the National Religious Broadcasters suit being brought out of Texas, I believe, challenging the Johnson Amendment. And Oomph was able to locate the document, which apparently was very difficult to find. So I'm grateful because this is very interesting. Roughly 501 newspapers can advocate politically. But 501 newspapers can advocate politically, but 501 churches cannot. And I think there's something structural in their organization that allows that. I really do. I really think there's something more structural in the 501 code that allows for those activities. There's a specific, anyway, I think there's more to this. Okay. But I ran social agencies, so I didn't really have like publications. I only once or twice. I worked in organizations with like, I worked in organizations that had advocacy arms, but even those advocacy activities were completely segregated and they were under IRS code, so you can have both things happen in the same nonprofit, but they are mandated by different codes in the IRS, and it's all very above board. You're not like just guessing. Didn't Heritage at least at try 1.2 organize to say that the entire org was a ministry? I don't know. That wouldn't surprise me though at all. See, this is where I think the Scientology shit, first of all, there's been people trying to take down Scientology forever. But it is some weeks old. Yeah, I do feel like I think the anti-Scientology movement should really look closely at how do you prove that what they're engaged in is not church services. I mean, there is a way to prove that someone isn't fulfilling a 501c3. There are ways to do that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's see. He compared the political platforms of the two major parties. Oh, okay, that was that. Okay. Here we go. Sorry. He clearly stated that the Republican platform was in greater alignment. This is a church that they're bringing up as an example. Sorry, because I had to stop. That said that people don't have to vote for Trump to be in compliance with the Bible standards. He made it clear that a vote for a Democratic candidate would be unbiblical in light of the content of that party's platform. Subsequently, the IRS began an enforcement action against Cornerstone Chapel on the basis of implicit support or opposition of political candidates. The IRS levied and Cornerstone Chapel paid a tax penalty for violating the Johnson Amendment. Similar and even more explicit examples of support or opposition of candidates by 501c3 nonprofits go unchallenged by the IRS, especially if the candidates in question are from the Democratic Party. I call bullshit. I say prove it. I say fucking prove it. It's also my reading, Max. Sometimes I can make it work. So sometimes it's a me thing. Well, I mean, there definitely is a plausible alleged instance, but I I would be suspect on what was said at this man's church and what because the folks supporting that guy are the ones presenting this case. And so I would want to know the details in order to know why Cornerstone and not another church. Perfectly reasonable, plausible, alleged instance. So yeah. Let's see. On June 18th, the Internal Revenue Service issued a letter denying status under 501c3 to an organization called Christians Engaged. The specific reason given for the rejection was, you educate believers on national issues that are central to their belief in the Bible as the inerrant Word of God. Specifically, you educate Christians on what the Bible says in areas where they can be instrumental in the areas of sanctity of life, the definition of marriage, biblical justice, freedom of speech, defense, and borders and immigration. U.S. and Israel relations. Sorry, there's a big list. The Bible teachings are typically affiliated with the Republican Party candidates. This disqualifies you from exemption under IRS Section 501c3. Again, I would want to read more about the rejection of Christians Engaged and their application. I think there is a lot that is omitted in this filing about those situations that would give us more to work on. Although this denial was ultimately reversed, okay, so there you go, it was appealed and reversed, it is yet another example of the discriminatory practices. Upon information and belief, the IRS has continued its policy of political favoritism in its enforcement of the Johnson Amendment. Plaintiffs are aware of instances of recent investigations and adverse actions against conservative religious organizations under the Johnson Amendment. To plaintiffs' knowledge, no investigation and particularly no adverse action has ever been taken against any left-leaning or Democrat-affiliated nonprofit. I would find that hard to believe. The proportion of adverse actions taken against 501c3 nonprofits skews disproportionately against conservative organizations. The IRS is enforcing the Johnson Amendment in a politically biased manner. But maybe they're just wrong. No. Maybe they're just wrong. All right. Easily says, yeah, I don't remember either, Max, but I think I remember hearing that once about an agency claiming that they were, basically a ministry, but they were really a think tank. Evangelicals have been preaching Dems as devils since 2000, also believe they need to start a civil war to bring Jesus back since 2000. Had a friend deeply involved in that religion. Interesting. Jesus. I mean, I'm sorry. My eyes have really been opened around religion the last couple of years. And it's sad. It's sad to me that it's really it's used so much as a weapon to control people and to make them, do things in the name of Sky Daddy. This is the inapplicability of the anti-injunction. I just want to see this. The Anti-Injunction Act imposes a barrier to seeking equitable relief, whether an injunction or declaratory judgment, if the case involves any form of federal taxation. This case fits within one or more of the recognized exceptions. Okay, imposes a barrier, whether an injunction, if the case involves a federal taxation, which is the IRS. The AIA does not apply where the plaintiff has no alternative means to challenge the IRS's action. Plaintiffs have not violated the Johnson Amendment. Okay. Yes, it is. Religion is the grape flavorade of the masses. It's the White Claw of the masses. That's what it is. Religion is just one big White Claw. I wish Jesus would come back, right? Just come back and say, you guys, you missed the entire point. You didn't get it. In addition, the plaintiff's claims herein have no implications for tax collection, and this matter is thus exempt from the AIA. In addition, the AIA does not apply when, in administering the tax code, the IRS discriminates on the basis of a viewpoint. Oh, boy. As previously alleged, the IRS has engaged in discriminatory treatment pertaining to freedom of speech and enforces the Johnson Amendment in a manner that constitutes a textbook example of invidious discrimination. Accordingly, blah, blah, blah. Causes of action. Freedom of speech. Plaintiff relies on the allegations of all prior paragraphs as if they were restated herein. Okay. Political speech is central to the meaning and purpose of the First Amendment. Oh, Citizens United. Well, Plaintiffs are judicial persons which are entitled to constitutional protections, including freedom of speech. Plaintiffs have been denied freedom of speech about political candidates by that portion of the code. Laws that burden political speech are subject to strict scrutiny, which requires the government to prove the restriction furthers a compelling interest and is narrowly tailored to achieve that interest. Well, you know, the interesting thing, too, she even believed that Catholics are not Christians, but this is the same person who bought guns illegally and then left home while sons died by murder-suicide. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's terrible. I'm so sorry, Easily. You know, I know that there was a lot of that. My dad was a Catholic, you know, growing up in the 20s and 30s. Yeah, 20s and 30s. And he was, he said that they called him names for being Catholic, which was interesting. I don't know. I found it interesting. Family Research Council. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, Max, that they would put themselves out there as a ministry and therefore be tax exempt. Those motherfuckers. That's fucking, what's his name? That's Tony. Tony Perkins. I had no idea how odd the church stuff was in Canada, and I have despised the evangelicists. And yeah, I know, right? The televangelists have been terrible. I did enjoy Tammy Faye Baker after she left, what's his name, and then she hooked up with that guy and they had a TV show. I thought she was cute, but she had rejected her evangelical past at that point to some degree. But not the Jesus stuff. It is no defense to say that the natural persons involved with the plaintiffs have other avenues for speaking about candidates. These plaintiffs themselves as legal persons have the protected right. Okay, well, but no. The Johnson Amendment, as written, creates both a subject matter restriction and a speaker restriction on political speech in violation of the First Amendment. I don't know about that. The Johnson Amendment, as arbitrarily and capriciously enforced by the IRS, additionally violates the plaintiff's freedom of speech in that some 501c3 nonprofits, such as newspapers and Democrat-leaning churches, are not restricted in their open support or opposition for political candidates, while others, including us, are told that they must obey the strictures of the agreement. While the Johnson Amendment may be viewpoint neutral on its face, the IRS has applied and continue. Okay, right. Count 2, Fifth Amendment due process void for vagueness. The Johnson Amendment as enforced is void for vagueness in violation of the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment. Even when speech is not at issue, the void for vagueness doctrine addresses at least two connected but discrete due process concerns. First, that regulated parties should know what is required of them so that they may act accordingly. And second, precision and guidance are necessary so that those enforcing the law do not act in an arbitrary or discriminatory way. When speech is involved, rigorous adherence to these requirements is necessary to ensure that ambiguity does not chill protected speech. The IRS repeatedly states that the Johnson Amendment is not capable of hard and fast rules and that its application depends on the facts and circumstances of each situation. Certain activities or expenditures may not be prohibited depending on the facts and circumstances. Oh, okay. Well, that's tough. That's hard. I get it then. That's hard. That's hard. She knew I am Catholic, belief, not practicing. Interesting. While the IRS uses the facts and circumstances test in many other areas of tax law, this ambiguity is unconstitutional when it is used in the context of restrictions on the freedom of speech, because it allows the government to freely discriminate against speech based on viewpoint. By definition, a law that cannot be stated with precision in the area of speech restriction is void for vagueness. Oh, interesting. Moreover, the Johnson Amendment is unconstitutionally void for vagueness in an actual operation because some nonprofits, such as newspapers, are permitted to routinely violate its provisions. So there, count 3, First Amendment, free exercise of religion. Plaintiffs have a bona fide religious conviction that they must teach and preach about all areas of life. Well, tough shit. I don't give a shit. That's a you problem. That's a you problem, not a me problem. That's a you problem. Plaintiffs cannot fulfill their spiritual duties to teach the full counsel of the Word of God if they fail to address such issues and to inform their listeners how the views of various political candidates compare to the Bible's position on such matters, according to their interpretation. However, if they do both things, that is, teach what the Bible says and inform the public what a candidate believes on such an issue, the IRS insists that such teaching violates the Johnson Amendment. Okay, so I have 2 points here. One is, what are the instances, what is the data that confirms, is there data that confirms their position that left-leaning churches are never restricted by the IRS or nonprofits? That's one. I want to see that data point, if that's true. Number 2, I don't think what they're assuming here is that their view is the biblical view. That's a huge presumption. Does that make sense? They're presuming that they're being not only held back from speaking, but speaking on the positions that are most biblically aligned. Why do they have the... Yeah, exactly. The court can't... it's just not right. Like, but that's a huge assumption in their argument, is that they are right. Am I wrong in this? Am I reading this wrong? Because I think that they're assuming that, they're biblically aligned. I mean, I'm going to give it up. I think I know where, yeah, okay. Right or wrong, and that's the thing. Like, I know that the court can't touch that. And I guess the point is that they just feel compelled. But there's something weird about the claim. They claim the right to the speech. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That level of arrogance. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It just kind of, I don't know. It seems like a flaw. Plaintiffs cannot fulfill their spiritual duties if they fail to address the issues. Thus, the Johnson Amendment imposes a substantial burden on plaintiffs' free exercise of their religion because their religion requires them to be evangelical, I guess. And as it pertains to churches, there's an additional violation of the plaintiff's right to free exercise of religion. Churches are placed in a unique and discriminatory status by the IRC code. Under Section 508 of the IRC, churches need not apply to the IRS to obtain recognition of their status. The code places them automatically within the ambit of 501c3 and thereby silences their speech. Oh, well, no, I don't think, no. Then don't be tax exempt. Churches have no choice. They are automatically silenced. The silencing of churches on political candidates is a substantial burden. The plaintiff's right to free exercise of religion is protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. At a minimum, the regime of discriminatory enforcement that is motivated by religious animus violates the free exercise clause. Let's see. The IRS enforces the Johnson Amendment in a discriminatory manner under the controlling rule of Employment Division v. Smith. The Johnson Amendment, as written, is not a neutral rule of general applicability. It is not a general rule because every form... I can't speak today. I really apologize. It is not a general rule because every form of juridical person other than the 501c3 nonprofit is able to support or oppose political candidates. This includes organizations that, like 501c3 nonprofits, pay no organizational taxes themselves. It also includes organizations that have a principal source of income membership revenue, which is tax deductible as a business expense. Such organizations can either raise additional clean, i.e. non-deductible donations for a campaign communication, or inform their members to only deduct the proportion of their dues not attributable to such communications. None of these options are available to 501c3 organizations. These are less restrictive alternatives. Oh, I see. So carving out where you could use, non-donor funds to non-donations, just like donations where you're going to pay tax on them, basically, that people aren't making straight up. They're not getting the tax benefit of it. They're saying that those should be okay. You should be able to take money from donors when they're not going to write it off their taxes and use it for whatever you want. That's what they're saying. Period. Additionally, the Johnson Amendment is not a neutral rule as implemented and enforced. The vast disparities previously identified. Okay. Churches have no choice. Boy, you guys repeat yourselves a lot. This is Count 4, Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Plaintiffs had a bona fide religious conviction that they must teach and preach about all areas of life. Okay. This is, we got to stick our nose in all your business. Your busyness. Your business is our business. Plaintiffs cannot fulfill their spiritual duties to teach the full counsel if they fail to. Did we not? Are they just repeating themselves? Okay, this is all the same. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act 42 provides, government shall not substantially burden a person's exercise of religion, even if the burden results from a rule of general applicability, except as provided by this section. Government may substantially burden a person's exercise of religion only if it demonstrates that application of the burden to the person is in furtherance of a compelling governmental interest and is the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling governmental interest. So does that mean like, oh, it's 1:30? Oh, okay. Oh, awesome. I didn't even realize. Okay. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Hold. Dun, dun. Well, we're pretty much done with that. But that, thank you, for reminding me about that. Yeah, God's a lawyer. Let me see. Where is that? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Come on. Okay, hold on. Plan B. Ah, bitch. Stop. Hold on. Is it live right now? Where's the live? Shit. Fuck. Summit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Playbook co-author Ryan Rizzo.
Shut up, Ryan. You fuck off. Hate you. I hate you. I mean, I don't hate him, but I don't like him. I can't find where it's live. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Calm down. Calm down, Lolo. What? Shoot. Did I have a, hold on, let me see. Did I have a link for that? Shit. Dag nabbit. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we have an ad. Ad on the Politico website.
And the foreign malign influence campaign.
There's a Monaco.
Speaking of, we are aided by the fact that our infrastructure and our system and our election process is exceptionally diffuse and, of course, is administered and operated at the state and local level. But when it comes to malign influence campaigns, we are seeing a very aggressive set of actors. We're seeing more actors in this space, acting more aggressively in a more polarized environment, and doing more with technologies, in particular AI. So for instance, Heidi, we undertook a number of actions just 2 weeks ago where we called out and exposed 2 campaigns being waged by Russian entities and the Russian government. We took action against employees of the Russian state-owned media apparatus, RT, and exposed the covert foreign influence, online foreign influence campaign that was being waged by employees of RT using and exploiting our free society, exploiting our free society and the ability of people to move freely and consume freely in the online space. They're exploiting that using a US company, shuffling and channeling, rather, monies to that company to be in contracts with, at times, unwitting commentators to push out Russian propaganda, Russian messaging, and content that is favorable to Russia, that is seeking to undermine our democracy, seeking to undermine, for instance, support for Ukraine, all pushing out favorable Russian messaging. And then we also exposed a Russian effort using a proxy company called, in a very Orwellian name, the Social Design Agency.
We just read about them this morning. Unwitting is really not a great word.
To push out AI-generated content, okay?
This is Lisa Monaco. She's the Assistant Attorney General for the United States. She works for Merrick Garland. She's speaking at the Politico AI and Tech Summit about threats to the election.
Legitimate news sites, but in fact we're not, and pushing out favorable Russian messaging to support the former president and to push out disinformation. We exposed how they have this campaign to literally target specific demographics, specific blocks of voters. So we use legal process to expose this, to undertake and render inoperable those websites. Okay, so we really have taken a focus on exposing this where we can, and using our legal tools to hold accountable these actors where we can. And that's just one example of the, I think, dominant threat that we're seeing, and this is what the intelligence community has assessed, that Russia is the dominant threat when it comes to foreign malign influence to our elections, and in particular when it comes to the use of online covert influence campaigns. But we're seeing it also with Iran and China.
Yeah, but let me jump in there, because as you're making the point, we're doing a lot. Also, our adversaries are much more aggressive.
Yeah.
Give me a very quick, like a grade, A to F. How well are we, like how secure is our election?
Look, we have the most diverse and diffuse, rather, election system, right? So going to render your votes, right, I think is a very secure process. But we have to be very vigilant on what we are consuming as citizens, and this is what we're trying to expose, right? So from Russia to Iran to China, all of whom are using AI to generate and push out messaging, fundamentally to sow discord and undermine our democratic process, to portray our democracy as chaotic, and really to undermine our confidence in our election process. And so when it comes to the influence campaigns, what we're trying to do is expose this. I should say the Director of National Intelligence has been doing a great good service by being very transparent and very clear
Without wit.
at specific intervals. 100 days, 90 days, just issued a 60-day report, exposing really for the first time in a way that we haven't done in prior election cycles, being very clear about what the intelligence community is seeing from foreign adversaries in terms of the foreign influence and malign influence campaigns that they are pushing out, so people can be educated and being very critical consumers of the information that they're seeing being pushed out to them online. And we in the Justice Department and the FBI are participating in that process,
I'm burning myself.
sharing and feeding into the intelligence community assessments and the public reporting that the intelligence community is doing. And then we're doing our part to investigate, expose, and hold accountable, as we have done with the actions we took against the Russian actors just 2 weeks ago, as we have done to expose an Iranian hack and leak operation against the former president's campaign, as we are doing on a regular basis to expose other actors, including China, in their effort, not necessarily to influence the presidential campaign, but what we're seeing there is an effort to influence down ballot races. So when you think about, and I know we've talked about this, the triumvirate of adversary nations here, Russia, Iran, China, who are the most active in this space, we are doing our level best to investigate, expose, hold accountable, to be transparent with what we're seeing so citizens can act accordingly, and then importantly, Heidi, to engage with the social media companies, to share with them, consistent with the First Amendment, share with them what we are seeing and provide in real time actionable information about what they can do and actions they can take at their discretion and on their own accord with malign foreign influence campaigns on their platforms.
You know, and something else I want to get to, this isn't directly AI related, but given the dangerous situation we're seeing for candidates right now, how dangerous is it to run for office right now, and how scared should our political candidates be?
Well, look, I've spoken about this. The Attorney General has been very clear about this. We are seeing an unprecedented and extremely disturbing level of threats of violence and violence against public officials. You know, I get something called urgent reports. Almost every day, these are reports that come in from the field and parts of the Justice Department all around the country, our U.S. Attorney's offices, 94 of them, all around the United States. And what I am seeing on an exceptionally frequent basis, for sure weekly and sometimes daily, these urgent reports contain reports of threats of violence and violence against public officials, including prosecutors, FBI and other law enforcement agents, judges, and election officials. And this is a point really that we have to underscore. The threats against election officials who are oftentimes simply volunteers. These are people who are simply volunteering their time to help all of us undertake the most fundamental right we have, the right to vote, the right that secures all the other rights. These are people who are being threatened simply for doing their job. It's wrong, it's unacceptable, and it should stop. And we are doing everything we can to expose that and hold individuals who are perpetrating those threats accountable. So it's a very difficult time to be a public official. It's a particularly difficult time these days to be an election official, whether you're an elected Secretary of State, you know, who is experiencing hostile threats on the phone, on Twitter, or X or whatever, to being a volunteer trying to help the rest of us vote. Being intimidated for doing your job is wrong. And you know what we've seen is, unfortunately, the level of discourse in this country, the debate, disagreement, it's healthy. It's part of democracy. It's what we're about. But when that debate, when those disagreements translate into violence or threats of violence, that's unacceptable, that's unlawful, and we are holding people to account for translating that disagreement into violence and threats of violence.
Now, we've been talking a lot about our foreign adversaries and influence campaigns, that sort of thing. There's also a domestic side of this. We've got deep fakes of Taylor Swift and Kamala Harris, deep fake audio of Biden. When this happens, what actually is illegal and who's culpable?
So glad that you asked this, because what we have been trying to do at the Justice Department is be very, very clear that the technology, including AI, I'll use a hackneyed term, it is the ultimate double-edged sword, right? It holds great promise, but also exceptional peril, because it's lowering the barrier to entry for all sorts of malicious actors, from malicious cyber actors to folks who are going to accelerate hate and harassment to anti-competitive conduct, right? So there will be changes in law, I'm confident, over time. Changes in regulation, I'm confident, over time. But we are not waiting. We are not waiting for that, because we have frameworks. We have existing legal tools that we are using and should use, because it does reach this conduct. I'll give you a good example. The voting rights laws, since we're talking about elections, voting rights laws prohibit the distribution of false information about the time, place, and manner of an election or of voting. And we have brought in past years cases where, for instance, a social media influencer uses social media to push out false information about how to vote. In this case that I'm thinking about, he was pushing out information saying, hey, you can text your vote, right? Okay, it's not American Idol. You can't vote that way. So we brought a case under the voting rights laws to show that that is illegal. Now, that particular scheme did not involve AI. You can easily imagine a world in which it would, and we would use the same tool, okay? We would use the voting rights laws to reach that conduct. Our Civil Rights Division has recently stood up for the principle that says voter intimidation, whether it's in person or with AI-generated robocalls, is illegal under the voting rights laws.
But now there's a bunch of people trying to write laws for this. We've got legislatures just today putting out a potential ban on AI if it's misused in a campaign ad. We've got governors saying they can't have these sorts of bans. Is any of this needed?
Well, look, more clarity in the law, I'm sure, is a welcome thing, but my job, our job, to protect the public, to keep our communities safe, to ensure civil rights are protected, including the right to vote, we're going to use the tools that we've got. And we believe, as I just said, the voting rights laws in those instances reach that conduct. The antitrust laws, right? You've seen us use century-old antitrust laws to apply to anti-competitive conduct that is accelerated by the use of algorithms and machine learning in the recent RealPage lawsuit that we brought. We have brought cases against the discriminatory use of algorithms in housing advertisements in a historic settlement that our Civil Rights Division did with Meta. So my point is simply that we are going to use the tools and the frameworks that we have to reach illegal behavior, and we are not going to be chilled from doing so. The other thing is, I have issued a directive to all of our prosecutors around the country that says basically the following: where we see AI being used to make criminal conduct more dangerous, more impactful, well, we can leverage something called the sentencing guidelines to seek enhanced sentences for that conduct. The point being that our existing legal tools reach this conduct when you're using technology, including AI, to undertake criminal action. So I think the best way I know to put it is price fixing with AI is still price fixing. Discrimination with AI is still discrimination, and we're going to use our legal tools to reach it.
Now, you say that, but we're talking about a very fast-moving technology here. Antitrust cases move very slowly. Can they keep up?
Well, look, we are using the tools that we've got. We're pursuing, I think if our antitrust enforcers were sitting here on stage, they'd point to a whole number of actions that they've taken to do just that, to keep up with the technology. And that's our responsibility at bottom, where we're seeing anti-competitive conduct, where we're seeing criminal conduct fueled by technology, no matter what its character. We have a responsibility to enforce the laws, and that's what we're going to be doing. But I should also say, Heidi, we've got to do so in a way that is transparent, that is promoting trust with how we're using these tools. It's one of the reasons I launched something called Justice AI. This is something I launched earlier this year, which seeks to kind of reach out and hear from external voices about the dangers that they're seeing, the benefits they're seeing from AI, how we should be thinking about this impact of this revolutionary and transformative technology on the work that we are doing. You know, I think government has a pretty good, does a pretty good job of talking to each other, but we don't always do a great job of hearing from outside voices. And we made a conscious decision to change that, kind of flip that script. And so I've held a series of convenings with everyone from privacy advocates to consumer advocates to civil rights leaders to law enforcement professionals to really understand what are the impacts that they're seeing. Because this technology is going to, and already is, impacting the entirety of the Justice Department's mission space, from civil rights to national security to consumer protection to anti-competitive conduct, you name it. This is the most transformative technology we've seen in a long time.
Now, when we're talking about how a new technology or a fast-moving technology is being used by adversaries or could be a national security threat, we have a live issue right now. While this isn't AI, the TikTok case. I know that this is an ongoing case and investigation, but I'm wondering if you can help us understand, is the threat from TikTok just hypothetical, or is it a real national security issue right now, and how do we know?
Least surprising thing to happen here today, that TikTok would come up in an AI and tech conversation. Look, as you mentioned, it's an ongoing case, very ongoing, in that we just had oral argument in the DC Circuit yesterday on the challenge being brought by TikTok to the law that was passed earlier this year. The thing I'll say, because it is an ongoing matter, is the law that is being challenged and that the Justice Department is defending, that was passed by Congress earlier this year, does not seek to restrict protected speech. What it seeks to do is restrict foreign ownership that poses a national security threat, a real ongoing national security threat.
That's the case yesterday to force the sale of TikTok from ByteDance.
Between the TikTok platform and the PRC government.
But so if that is the real concern, when DOJ brought its own separate case against TikTok, why did you focus on children's privacy and not the Chinese access to US users' data?
So I think you're referring to a referral that we got from the FCC with regard to children's online privacy legislation. And so that's a separate matter on those violations.
You could have made that part of it.
Well, I think what I would say to that is we are addressing the national security harms addressed by TikTok in this context of the legislation that we're defending and that TikTok is challenging in the DC Circuit.
So the children's data protection is a way to also protect national security issues.
Well, the Children's Data Protection, the Children's Online Protection Act case referred by the FCC is addressing harms reached by that specific legislation.
Gotcha. We're getting close to the end of time, but one thing I do want to ask you, we're going to have a new president either way, whether it's Kamala Harris or former President Trump. What do you think the next administration should focus on in terms of a priority on AI?
Well, mercifully, in my role, I don't do political prognostications. So what I'll say is
we're Politico. That's what we're here for.
That is true. Look, I think what we should be focusing on is the set of issues that we are very focused on in the Justice Department. How are we addressing the challenges posed by adversary nations who are really using technologies in many respects to fuel digital authoritarianism, to steal and siphon our most important and sensitive technological advantages in research and development, to fuel their own national security and economic security edge, to fuel their own competition in line with views that are not shared by us. And that's why, for instance, we launched something called the Disruptive Technology Strike Force, where we are going after those adversaries who are trying to steal our most disruptive and important technologies like AI, that we are going after and enforcing our export control laws and sanctions for folks who are trying to evade those laws to fuel Putin's war machine, perpetrating atrocities in Ukraine. So we have to stay very, very vigilant on what is really a game changer when it comes to the threat landscape, and that is these adversary nations seeking to project power both at home and abroad, and do so in a way that is fueled and accelerated by technology. Technology that is yielding great benefits for us, but we have to be vigilant about the risks that it portends.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I have a whole bunch of other things I wanted to ask, but we've hit time. This has been a great conversation. Thank you for joining us, Lisa Monaco, and we'll have a lot more great conversations.
Very interesting. Oh my goodness. There's a lot there. So I find it fascinating that one of the things she didn't really talk about domestic. Now, I understand that, there's a lot of focus on the RT story and, what the DOJ is chasing down there and all that kind of stuff. And hopefully there's more to come. SDA came out and all that. I do take exception with her describing some of the commentators that received the RT benefit of media and money. That they were completely unwitting, because at the end of the day, my understanding is that a lot of this partnership included video packets and other stories that they used in their programming. So it wasn't just a paycheck or money towards like a sponsorship of the show. It was more than that. So I still call a little bit of bullshit until we know more about how unwitting the people like Tim Pool, et cetera, have been. Because I don't think they're very unwitting when it comes to sharing things that haven't been sourced, right? They don't have very good media literacy if they're not checking the veracity of the stories that Tenet Media was giving them to play. And there wasn't a lot of talk about domestic, although I understand domestic influence agents like Mike Flynn, who I can very comfortably describe as an agent of influence who wishes to influence the way people think about politics and the way people trust or distrust institutions as a means of causing, kind of political chaos, if you will, and dissension. Fomenting, if not causing. Or certainly playing a role in the cause of, let's be honest. So, I wonder about they don't ever seem to really discuss that. And maybe that's for good reason. I'm sure there is, like there's no active investigation or whatever. I don't know. But I just kind of hope that we could have a better, more like, I'd like to hear more fulsomely from her and Merrick about, I don't know. But again, you know what? They're not supposed to be really effusive and talk about all the stuff that they're doing. So that's okay too. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to poke for information where I can and not where I'm not. So anyway, we were just about finished with the other document, and I'll make sure that I put that link. That link was in the comments, but I'll also put it in the link of the show. We don't comment on ongoing, and that's fine. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. And actually, I'd much rather have the discretion, but I just, I don't know. I guess you could talk about it in round. I don't know. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just rambly rambler. But that was very interesting. So thanks I can't remember who brought up that was happening, but I really appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate Gal for bringing in all that information, with the daily dose, etc. And then Oomph, thank you for finding this document, because I really am interested. I'm interested in this argument. I would like to see what the data is behind it, so that we really do have an interesting, like we find out what is really happening. What is the IRS really enforcing, and is it unfair? That kind of thing. And then obviously there's the judicial issues and challenges with having SCOTUS be so corrupt at this point. So it's not only that the case itself against the Johnson Amendment is interesting, because it might, I don't know what some of all the data is behind those allegations that they're making. I always question Ken Paxton and his, truthfulness, his truthiness. But then I also know that the court itself that may ultimately look at the facts uncovered by that case can also not necessarily, their decisions may not necessarily reflect what a true judicial review of the facts would have been. How about that? Yes, judicial notice. So those facts can be considered by the court, must be established in the course of the litigation. Exactly, which makes perfect sense. And that I would look forward to that piece. There may be a court. Yeah, I'll take a look and see if I can find it. The case numbers on that document. So, but it's very interesting to me. It's very interesting. Because, I have no problem if the law is applied fairly to both sides. I really don't. There could be a Michi. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna jump on that. That's cool. Thank you so much for bringing that forward. I really appreciated seeing that. And congrats on being quote tweeted by Jenny as part of her thread. That's like legit. So that's a good find. It's an excellent find. All right. Thank you so much for spending almost half your day, your sentient day with me, or maybe a third. I don't know. Yeah, probably a third. Thank you so much. Today's Tuesday. So tomorrow I'll be live. I do think there is a Homeland Security committee hearing that we'll be watching tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for that. And then obviously, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday night, we're going to party like Cardi. So have a great day. So I hope the rest of your Tuesday is good. I hope it leads you right into Wednesday, which is basically almost the end of the week. Not to rush time, because I don't want to rush time for anybody, but I also want you to have something to look forward to. And if that's the weekend, then let's make it the weekend. All right. I will see you all very later. This is a great show. Thank you so much for contributing everything that you all did. I really love you. And it's really nice to be with you this morning. So have a great Tuesday.